Okay, so small exercise. Head and shoulders, knees and toes. Head and shoulders, knees and toes. Knees and toes. Head. Head and shoulders, knees and toes. Knees and toes. My eyes, my ears, my mouth and nose. Head and shoulders, knees and toes. Knees and toes. Good morning. How are you?
I needed that.
It worked. What's up? Go ahead. What do you have to say? Don't go fast, but I did it slowly for you. You're welcome to the show. You exercise when you wake up from bed, though. After you pray, do your exercise. We've got a lot for you. Public Wi-Fi. It's a risky thing when you log on to airport Wi-Fi, hotel Wi-Fi.
Yes,
and the risks will be explained in about 30 minutes. Okay? There's something copyright.
Yes. So we're calling all fine artists, painters, sculptors, poets. There's a law on copywriting, and there's somebody from the Copyright Office who's going to walk us through it, okay? So that's on the lighter side.
Okay.
Lots happening in the news today. I'll be sitting down with the ladies to look at all the big stories. Mr. Nyaho Tamaklo is asking that Vice Presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, renders an apology to President Kufuor for his comment over Dr. Kwame Nkrumah at his unveiling in Kumasi. Other stories, Dr. Opoku Prempeh has resigned from his position as Energy Minister in light of his appointment. We'll be looking at what those stories are in detail when I sit down with the ladies. Other stories will make their way onto the list as well. But we'll have those conversations, hopefully, with you joining us on our WhatsApp number 055-55-61034. That's how to reach us.
And since it's a buffet, we've got the Millennium Excellence Awards, and then let's go to the theaters today.
As well, yes, Roverman, they'll be in here.
All right.
New play upcoming.
Okay, all right. And we've got the sports news coming up in a short while.
Social media corner. Social media corner. It's hot. Piping hot.
It be so. So that's happening at exactly 7 o'clock. The last round before we go. Head and shoulders. Faster. Toes. Knees and toes. Head and shoulders. Knees and toes. Knees and toes. My eyes. My ears. My mouth. My nose. Head and shoulders. Knees and toes. Knees and toes. Well done.
See ya.
Hello there, welcome. This is GTV Breakfast News, and I am Altiti Saida Sadek. Top stories will take you to Parliament. We'll go to the courts as well. The Energy Minister has resigned. Bring you some political news there. Bring you business and trade, and take you to the foreign front in Burkina Faso and Kenya, where President Ruto has fired a lot of his ministers. You can watch the show live on GTV Ghana on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and on DSTV channel 278 across the world. Let's begin from local stories, and Ghana is currently ranked 6th in Africa with the highest food inflation, according to the World Bank's Food Security Update. I beg your pardon. Heads of Boundaries Commission in the member states in the ECOWAS have called on President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House in Accra. The discussions entered on drawing on mechanism for border governance strategy and developing synergies to facilitate coordination among actors within the Boundaries Commission space to avoid duplication.
Some of the topics that we discussed during the 3-day conference are the geopolitics of borders, the challenges and opportunities for West Africa. Some of our states are handicapped so far as establishing various structures for boundary commissions. So we also discussing the issue of how to set up boundary commissions and the frameworks that goes with it. And then we also discussing the prospects, challenges of boundary governance in Africa. Mr. President, for us in Ghana, we have been able to undertake a number of activities related to some of these objectives. As you are aware, between us and Togo, we have done a reaffirmation of 250 kilometers. Between us and Cote d'Ivoire, we have done about 150 kilometers. And then between us and Burkina Faso, we're having discussions. And then for us and Nigeria, we have 8 nautical miles of maritime boundary and overlapping external continental zone, which we have been discussing.
One of the most important decisions that was being taken as us Africans was the decision that was taken at the OAU at the very outset of our independence, that we, all of us, would abide by the colonial boundaries that we had inherited. So to have a mechanism for being able to resolve peacefully issues to do with national boundaries is an extremely important development. When I came into office in 2017, a very important dossier on my table was the conflict that we are having with the Cote d'Ivoire over our maritime boundary. Fortunately for Ghana, this dispute was litigated at the Maritime Court in Hamburg. And I want to encourage you to give this effort that is being done to establish a coordinating mechanism and find a way of working together to concretize the decisions about our boundaries. I want to encourage you to give it your greatest attention, energies, and support.
And the President, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has accepted the resignation of Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh as Minister for Energy effective July 18, 2024. According to a statement from the presidency, Dr. Opoku-Prempeh's resignation to enable him to focus on his new role as a vice presidential candidate and running mate to Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia in the upcoming elections. President Akufo-Addo expressed his gratitude to Dr. Opoku-Prempeh for his dedicated service, stating his tenure as Minister for Education and as Minister for Energy has been marked by a stellar record of accomplishments and significant contributions to the education and energy sectors. The President has meanwhile tasked the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abu Jinapor, to oversee the Ministry of Energy, while the Minister of State designates at the Ministry of Energy, Herbert Scrapper, will handle the day-to-day administration. Let's take you to the north now, where the presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, is calling for a national debate with the presidential candidate of NDC, former President John Mahama, ahead of the 2024 general elections. According to him, the election is between a former president and a current vice president in a conflict of ideas. He said the debate will enable Ghanaians to make informed decisions with regard to their choice of the next president come 2025.
After unveiling his running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, for the 2024 presidential elections, the presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, started his constituency-level campaign. His first port of call was the Nairis Palace to pay a courtesy call on the overlord of the Mamprogu state. He officially informed the Nairi of his campaign tour in the area and presented some of the policies he intends to introduce in 2025 as president. Dwelling on the policies, Dr. Bawumia hinted that he will utilize the vast fertile land of the 5 regions of the north for mechanized agriculture to make it the food basket of Ghana. Dr. Bawumia also called on other traditional leaders, including the Gwintrina at Gwintri, Yonjo-Rana at Yonjo, and Bunkuru-Gunaba at Bunkuru. During a community engagement with the people, the NPP presidential candidate touted the NPP's trump card as a people-centered listening government. He said the NPP stands tall in this area. He concluded his tour with a Youth Connect, where he announced his youth-oriented policies, including the training of 1 million youth in digitalization.
But we are really looking to empowering the private sector, empowering the youth. This is where we are going to create a lot of jobs. Empowering the private sector, empowering the youth, empowering the small-scale miners. In the north now, we have a lot of gold. We have to empower our small-scale miners to mine responsibly and not destroy the environment.
Dr. Bawumia said the 2024 election is all about ideas and called for a debate between former President John Mahama and himself for Ghanaians to make an informed choice between them.
I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the governance. But I'm afraid that he's running away from a debate, isn't it? His people say he doesn't want to debate. I have never heard an opposition leader who doesn't want to debate. But he doesn't want to debate because he knows I will expose the emptiness of his policies. When we meet mano a mano, we can debate and the country will see where our policies lie. And that is where we should go. We should give the country an opportunity to listen to us.
Dr. Bawumia's campaign train's next stop is Trepone.
And away from Nairobi in the Northeast region, the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, Mr. Ignatius Bafo-Awuah, has told Parliament that the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, NPRA, has approved the sale of 60% of SSNIT shares in its hotel investment portfolio. Appearing before the House to answer some questions on his sector, the Minister confirmed that all due processes have been followed, and on June 28th, the NPRA directed SSNIT to suspend its negotiations with Rock City Hotel over the sale of 4 hotels, pending further evaluation and engagement.
NPRA came up with a directive, but I will appreciate if my brother, my colleague, really read the directive from NPRA. It said it needed to be furnished with all information relating to the sale of the hotels, which SSNIT has since done that. So it wasn't like a direct decision that SSNIT should not go ahead to do anything, but then SSNIT can only go ahead when NPRA, which is the regulator within the field, had actually certified that they had seen all the documentation and the processes and they think that they are good to go. Well,
Honorable, please conclude your answer.
Yes. So as a minister, I can tell you on authority that NPRA has since indicated that they had seen the processes and they think that SSNIT can go ahead.
And let's take you to the courts now, where the Financial and Economic Division of the High Court has ordered lawyers in the ambulance case to desist from making comments about the case. The trial judge, Justice Ifya Sewa Saribuchi, Justice of the Court of Appeal, averred that the situation where parties and their lawyers in the case and other lawyers make incessant commentaries on the matter in the media space is not good for the country's judicial system, the security of the country, and everyone. Meanwhile, on Thursday, July 18, the third accused, Richard Jakpa, is expected to call his first defense witness, the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Thomas Upong Pepra, and also Military Secretary Air Commodore Edu Jemfi, to the witness stand.
Justice Ifya Sewa Saribuchi said comments in the media on the live case are borderline contemptuous, which are made by persons on evidence before the court. The judge was especially worried about commentary from lawyers in the case and those not involved in the case. Justice Saribuchi mentioned in particular media interviews granted by the third accused, Richard Jakpa. She, however, blames his legal representatives for not controlling their client, stating that he is not a lawyer and therefore did not know the consequences of his actions. The judge then made the order on the media black by all persons, especially legal professionals, explaining it is to protect the sanctity of the court. According to Justice Ifya Sewa Saribuchi, the public has the option of following the case through media reports and the live stream of the proceedings. She noted that the hearings are streamed live and anyone can log on and watch proceedings, adding that there is no need for any analysis to be made at this time and anyone who wishes to watch the proceedings can log on, have an opinion, but not make any judgment on the matter. Justice Ifya Saribuchi said, no lawyer or any person shall make any comment bordering on the weight of the evidence put forward or yet to be cited or make any comment that will prejudice the case. Also at Thursday's hearing, the lawyers for Jakpa, who initially listed 8 defense witnesses, including former ministers for health, Alex Segbefia, the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, the Director of Ambulance Services, Dr. Ahmed Nuhu Zakaria, and others, told the court that they have issued a subpoena to be served on the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Thomas Upong Pepra, and the Military Secretary, Air Commodore Edu Jemfi, to bring the list of their witnesses to 10. Lawyer Bafo Jiu Ashia Bunso said they will be calling as their first witness the CDS and the MS. Meanwhile, when the court asked why the change in the list of the witnesses to be called, Mr. Ashia said their initial decision was to call the Chief Executive Officer of Big C General Trading Company Limited. However, the plans changed when the earlier date communicated to Big C delayed because of the time prosecution took in conducting its cross-examination of the third accused. According to the lawyer, the CEO of Big C, who is based in Dubai, is on a business trip to Germany. Hence, the new date will not favor him. The case has been adjourned to Thursday, July 18.
Away from the course, the Convention People's Party CPP has issued a 24-hour ultimatum of the resignation of the NPP's running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, from all government and political positions. The party has also demanded that Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh retract and apologize to all Ghanaians, Africans, Nkrumahs, and the world for the statement he made about the founder of the party and Ghana's first president, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, during his unveiling in Kumasi on Tuesday.
A statement signed by the Chairperson Independent Committee of the CPP Wing Commander, Patrick Nelson Sobojo, finds the statement as reprehensible and unbecoming of Dr. Opoku Prempeh's stature. The statement says, questioning or comparing the contribution of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to Ghana, Africa and humanity as a whole is dead on arrival, as 30 years after his death, Kwame Nkrumah still won African of the Millennium, while asking that the issue is dealt with all the seriousness it deserves. The CPP calls on President Akufo-Addo to withdraw Dr. Opoku Prempeh from his position as Minister of Energy. Should he fail to resign, it also calls on Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia to withdraw him as his running mate to protect the country's image and its long-term political and economic fortunes. The statement further says that Ghanaians and Nkrumahists the world over will hit the streets to register their displeasure if these or similar measures are not immediately enforced within 24 hours.
Now, the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Heritage has announced activities to commemorate the 12th anniversary of the death of the late president on July 24, 2012. At a media conference held in Accra on Thursday, the chairperson of the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Heritage, Mr. Alex Segbefia, mentioned that the 12th commemorative lecture of the late president would be held at the CD Conference Hall on the University of Ghana campus, while the wreath-laying ceremony and memorial service will be held at 9 a.m. on July 24, 2022 at Asomdwe Park. July 24, 2024 at Asomdwe Park.
Exactly 12 years since the death of former President John Evans Atta Mills. Since its inception, the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Heritage has implemented a series of activities in areas of governance, education, among others. The Memorial Heritage has developed a 5-year strategic plan, 2024 to 2028, which embodies the commissioning of a documentary on the life and works of the late former President John Evans Atta Mills. As part of its work, the Memorial Heritage is leading an advocacy strategy to complete some of the late former president's unfinished projects. In education, the Memorial Heritage will strengthen its relationship with the John Evans Atta Mills Senior High School in Otuam, Central Region, and institute awards and a scholarship scheme for tertiary students. The Heritage will as well promote the John Evans Atta Mills Inter-Schools Hockey Competition and mobilize funds for the development of AstroTurf hockey pitches. A book titled Atta Mills Around the Regions will be launched on July 19 at the 12th commemorative lecture about the late Professor John Evans Atta Mills. Mr. Alex Segbefia is the chairperson of the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Heritage.
On Friday, the 19th of July, 2024, at 2 p.m. at the CD Conference Center, University of Ghana, the 12th John Evans Atta Mills Commemorative Anniversary Lecture will be held. The keynote speaker is Kwesi Pratt Jr., Managing Editor of the Insight newspaper. The lecture will be chaired by Justice Sophia Akufu, former Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Following that, on the 24th of July at 9 a.m., the 12th anniversary wreath-laying ceremony and memorial service for President John Evans Atta Mills will be held at the Asomdwe Park. This is the exact date of his death. On the 27th of July at 8:30 a.m., the President John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Hockey Tournament will be held at the Theodosia Hockey Stadium in Accra.
Mr. Alex Segbefia also announced that Ms. Nancy Ampofo, a distinguished senior lawyer of ND Ampofo Associates, will take on a new role as a board member of the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Heritage, replacing Mrs. Sherry Hani Aite, who was a former founding member and board member of the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Heritage.
And on food security, Ghana is currently ranked 6th in Africa with the highest food inflation. According to the World Bank's food security update, Ghana's food inflation of 22.6% in May 2024 put the country at that position. Despite joint efforts to mitigate the impacts of food insecurity, challenges still persist, driven primarily by inflation combined by natural hazards such as flooding. Food inflation has seen some of its highest in the last few months. Cost of food in Ghana increased 24% in June of 2024 over the same month in the previous year. It has been forecasted that about 1 million people living in Ghana would be affected by food insecurity issues between the lean season in June and August 2024 this year. Let's take it to the foreign front now, where Kenya's President William Samoei Ruto has dismissed with immediate effect all his ministers and the Attorney General following the recent deadly protests that led to the withdrawal of an unpopular tax bill. The president said the move came after reflection, listening to Kenyans, and after holistic appraisal of his cabinet. He has said he will now consult widely in order to set up a broad-based government. The dissolution of his cabinet does not affect the deputy president, who can't legally be fired, and the prime cabinet secretary, who is also the foreign affairs minister. And in Burkina Faso, the military junta captain Ibrahim Traoré has approved the revised family code that criminalizes homosexuality. This decision makes Burkina Faso one of the 22 out of 54 African countries that do not allow same-sex relationships, with severe penalties such as death, a long prison sentence in some regions. The president announced in a statement that the council approved the decree for a new personal and family code, CFP, that enshrines the ban on homosexuality in the country. Although the specific penalties were not outlined and the text is yet to be approved by the deputies of the Transitional Legislative Assembly, Burkina Faso may now join the ranks of Uganda, that enacted one of the harshest anti-LGBTQ laws globally in May last year. Let's now bring you Friday's weather update. Friday, pushing in the weekend. I'm sure you want to know how the weather will fare if you have activities outdoor. Let's speak to meteorologist Felicity Ahafionyo on the phone lines now. Good morning, Felicity. Fair weather for Friday and the weekend coming up.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. Not really a fair.
Hello, Felicity. Good morning. Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. I hope you are doing very well. I am much better today than yesterday. For the forecast for today, Friday, we expect it to be cloudy over most portions, with light rain or drizzle occurring over the coastal strip. Those around Sogakope, Aflau, Kata, Jita, Denu, Adan, into Akachi, those of us in Greater Accra, central and western region. For the other part of the country, we expect the sun to break through today for them, taking temperatures as high as 31 over the north, 31 over the middle and the transition. For the coastal strip, we expect an average temperature of 29 degrees. So by afternoon, we expect some rain and thundercloud formations over the Poti, Volta, eastern and part of the Bono areas. For tomorrow, Saturday, yes, in the morning, we are likely to have some light rain over the coastal strip and part of the middle sector. Then Sunday, we expect some outbreak of scattered cases of rain and thunder over the north, the middle, and parts of the coastal strip, where they will be having some light rain or drizzle. For the fisher folks, the state is anticipated to remain rough throughout the weekend, so we expect them to take precautions. For Volta Lake, the morning hours are good, but then the late afternoon into the evening are not too good. That's the time that we'll be expecting rainstorms that will be migrating from the eastern border countries that will affect them. So, as usual, you stay tuned to our marine forecast desk for more updates in terms of those systems.
Definitely. Felicity, hello, can you hear me? I did my own digging and I did hear that lots of rain, flooding in the northern parts of the country. I believe she predicted that some few days ago, that the rains will be opening in the north, and that's some good news for the farmers. But that's it for the news. Let's bring you the lotto numbers on the screen right now for the winning numbers for Excel Thursday. The winning numbers are 29, 29, 7, single 7, 5656 7676 and 3939. Again, the Alpha Lotto Thursday, Excel Thursday winning numbers are 2929, 777, 5656 7676 and 3939. I am Altiti Saida Sadek. My costume is by Gola Clothing. You can find him online. There's more news when you log on to our website at gbcghanaonline.com. But this Friday promises to be interesting. Up next is a conversation and a practical one on public Wi-Fi in our tech corner with Nkekaf and David Jedu. Stay with us.
matters, and our man, our tech guru, is right here on my right side. He's on the right side.
Yeah.
David, what's up?
Great.
All good?
I'm great.
Fresh. I can feel the water vibes on you.
Yeah,
the Kalami and the Bobby and the Yaka was flowing. Because you took your train to the water region for what?
For almost 5 days to 6 days. So we did advocacy in Volta region. We started Tuesday from Angloga, where we visited some schools in Angloga. We went to Akachi on Wednesday. Then we went to Ho, then to Pando. And in all, we visited almost about 15 schools, both secondary cycle and also the senior high and also the junior high. Right, and we did cybersecurity advocacy, we did training, awareness creation, and we also did what we call the empowerment. We empowered the youth to take a career in the tech area. So we empowered them, spoke to them, and it was very nice. At the end of the day, we gave out almost about 75 laptops in total.
Good job.
Great.
Good job. Good job. Well done.
So that's to Cyber One Defense Charity Africa. It was great. To almost about 15 schools, 75 laptops were given to the communities, Angloga, Sogakope, Ho, Pando. It was massive. It was massive.
You dance some bobo?
Oh, well, so the Saturday we were supposed to have, but we rather went on tour. So we went to the Monkey Sanctuary, and then went to the Bui waterfalls, then went to the Faja to where I come.
Oh, yeah, man, you had a good time with Volta.
Yeah.
Tourism and tech.
Yeah, tourism and tech.
You're welcome, and thanks to Cyber One Defense Charity. Cyber One Defense...
Cyber One Defense Charity Africa.
For this great job.
Yes,
wonderful, great stuff.
And thanks to all the directors, thanks to the team, like the team, Prince, myself, Mr. Ike, Ransford. You guys did great.
Good job. Good job. We're proud of you. Yeah. Now let's talk about why we're here, which is the public Wi-Fi.
Exactly.
Yes, but before that, let's look at this live cyber threat map. So this shows the kind of attacks that are happening on every second.
Yes, every second. And that also rings a bell to you that whatever you are doing on the space, you're going to be careful because there are attacks that are hitting us on daily basis. These ones are kind of macro. That means that country, state upon state, such attacks. And we could see that we have normally phishing, we have malware, phishing and exploit. So you could see lots of exploit and phishing in there, malware in there, all the way US to UK and all those places. So this is just to inform you that whatever you do, you should be very careful because the attacks are on the space going on every day.
Okay. So let's talk about public Wi-Fi. You go to a hotel or you're traveling, and as you're waiting for your plane to be called for you to go and board, you jump onto the airport Wi-Fi. You refresh your apps, you download stuff, everything is quick, and you're working your email. It sounds like it's a good deal to have public Wi-Fi. Let's talk about the advantages of public Wi-Fi first, and then maybe we'll talk about the threats.
Okay, good. So public Wi-Fi. Now, before then, we all know Wi-Fi. It's able to give you internet access on your device to browse. And anything that is public, that means that it's kind of free. So that means that you have free Wi-Fi given to you by, you said, the airport, the hotels. Because that one, some of the advantages is that they are free. And then you don't pay for it. You know how expensive now data is becoming. So the good aspect is that it's free and you don't pay for it. That is one of the good aspect of it. And the next one, I think the advantages will not outweigh the disadvantages. The disadvantages are a lot, but some of the advantages is for free. So you can use it to do whatever you are doing.
Your data is not running. Because
your data is not running. You're using free Wi-Fi to do all your downloading. So before that, there is a chart here. Let me see if I can find this for you. Now, so there's just a key takeaway. The majority, 35% of people access public Wi-Fi.
3 to 4 times a month.
Yeah, 3 to 4 times.
23% use public Wi-Fi to cut down on cellular data use. So they're trying to save money.
Yeah.
20% use public Wi-Fi to make financial transactions.
Yeah.
The most common places people use public Wi-Fi is at restaurants and hotels.
Exactly.
4 in 10, which is 40%, have had their information compromised while using public Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Majority of people who have had their information compromised has been at airports or restaurants, public Wi-Fi. Yeah. So those are risk areas.
So we are saying that these are some of the areas. So I think here in the charts, yes. So these are some of the places that you could have this Wi-Fi. Hotels.
Hotel is 30. Cafe or restaurant 38%.
Yes.
Hotel 38%.
Yeah.
Library 33%. Airports 32%. Retail store 31%. School Wi-Fi 30%. Public transportation 29%. Traveling internationally 29%.
Good. So this is the statistics, CAF. And whilst on the space, we should know who our threat vectors are. The fact that you are using your mobile phone, you're on the space browsing, doing business, religious activities, any other thing that you could do on the space, they are threat vectors. And here, the people that we always protect ourselves against are these people, the unethical hackers, the scammers. And hear me, this is what they do. Hackers take advantage of free things. They take advantage of events. They take advantage of occasions. So you have occasions whereby you've been to the hotel, you've been to the cafe, you've been to the airport, and there's a free Wi-Fi there. Now the Wi-Fi, the access point is maybe here, let's say Kafui Hotel or Kafui Restaurant, right? So that is the Wi-Fi there. The hacker can also generate a free Wi-Fi. Maybe you can say Kafui 1 or Kafui Official, right? And we'll just sit there. And what is happening then is that the person has just also given out free Wi-Fi. So you are enjoying the free Wi-Fi, but what is happening? Now, let's get it clear. This morning, if I join your train, whatever you are doing, it will affect me. So if you join the Wi-Fi, what is happening now is that you have joined his network. And then your IP address will be known. We're going to show it. Your MAC address is going to be known. And then he can have access to your device that you are doing.
So are you saying that somebody comes to CAF Hotel, an unethical person can create a Wi-Fi which looks like CAF Hotel,
yes,
and then
and do it free
for free, and then you will jump on, yes, and once you jump on, he has your details.
Yes. And some people, their Wi-Fi is already on, so they go to places like the mall, and there's a free Wi-Fi. Automatically, it connects them,
yes,
and they start, I have data, I'm browsing. You are browsing, you are doing things, but you've joined somebody's network.
Okay. And what are some of the things that can happen to you when you join somebody's network?
Great. So now it's like I have picked you in my car. That means that I have hold of you. Whatever you do, I have access to. So they have simple tools. They can use Wireshark. So here, because I'm doing this on a virtual environment here, so you can see from here. So this is some of the terminal that they could use. This is just a Linux terminal that I have opened, hosting it in a cloud from Google. And so here, they have tools that they can run like Wireshark, right? So now when you join their network, there are some simple commands that they can run. Let me have the keyboard. Okay, so here, so let me bring it here. Okay, here, so let me bring it here. There are some simple commands that we can run here. So let's say, let me just net state. Okay, let me even just do net discover. Let me just, I think I have to refresh this page. So let me refresh this page for it to load. Right, so what the hackers are going to do is that they are just going to do, here, what I'm going to find is that I'm going to do a net discover, and it's going to tell me all the people that have joined the network. Now that means that whoever joins my network, I have access to your device. Now to have access to your device, I'm not seeing your mobile phone, but before you connect to the internet on layer 3, the network layer, you will see that you have an IP address that is given to you by ISP. Before you come on the internet, you buy data, or you have joined my network, you're now giving data, so you have an IP address. So now the hacker would be able to have your IP address, and the IP address linked to you. He's able to have your MAC address. That MAC address links to the device here. Now, so what is happening now is that whatever that you will do on that network, say you go to a shop right now, you've joined the free Wi-Fi, and you are browsing like you want to make a payment, or you want to do a bank transfer, you want to do any transaction, the hacker can use tools like Wireshark from the terminals like this and can see whatever communication that is happening.
Can he stop the communication? Can he enter my account? That's what I want to know.
Yes. The hacker would sniff them. So he would do what we call the MIT, man-the-middle attack. So you right now, you have joined my network and you have free Wi-Fi. So you say, oh, then let me try to update, let me try to pay something. You have your credit card, you put in. Whilst putting in, the hacker is sniffing all the things going on.
So he'll get my number?
You get everything.
My password?
Your password and everything will be sniffed. The education with all people is that we have to check some security measures will come there. But if those security measures are not shown, then the hacker is going to get them in plain text. So whatever you are doing, the hacker is able to have access to it. The hacker can intercept that using tools like Wireshark to intercept the communication that is going on. So whatever you are doing, look at me today. I'm here this morning. I have my mobile phone here on my phone. I have my mobile phone with me here. I can go to Google. Now going to Google, I'm accessing Google server. The hacker sits in between the phone here and the server, and then siphon the information that are coming. So the information that are going in between, the hacker has access to it because you have joined his network. So he's able to do all those things. So whatever you are doing, the hacker would be able to get it.
Give me some examples of people who have suffered because of this.
Oh, there are lots of people, when it comes to even here, Ghana here, a lot of people, I can't mention names, but people complain to me.
What is the most common thing that has happened to them with this kind of free Wi-Fi attacks?
Yes, so some of them, they get malware. They send them malware.
What is malware?
Malwares are malicious programs developed to affect the system's behavior or the phone behavior.
So how will your phone behave when there's malware on it?
Yeah, so when your phone, these are some of the symptoms to show. Sometimes your phone becomes, your phone is there right now, I'm not doing anything on the phone, but the phone starts, you see, it's heating. That means that there are things running behind. Some of the symptoms are data will now run faster. Why? Because the malware that sits on the phone is sending information from the phone to the hacker, and it can only be done using data. So that means that if the phone is supposed to use 1 gig for 2 days, now you use 1 gig for 6 hours.
And then people will be calling AT and Telecel and MTN blasting them that the data is running too much.
They don't know what they have been able to.
It could be malware.
Yes, it could be malware. Aside that, some of the things are also the battery starts running fast, and the reason is that because back end there's an app working for you, so even while the phone is there, it's not working, the app is working, the malware is working, so it sends information outside to the hacker, so the phone runs slow.
Some people will say they're there and then all of they see movement on their phone screen.
So what happened is that now, because of these advancements in these mobile phones, when mobile phones were starting, the RAM of the phones
random access memory.
So the RAM was very small. The RAM was very small. So anything that happens to the phone, you feel it. But guess what? Today, all our phones, the RAMs are a little big, 1 gig. So when things are happening to the phone at the back end, you don't feel it. So then the Chinese phone, you'll be there, you see the screen will be shaking. Now you don't feel that. It doesn't mean the malwares are not working. It's because your RAM are a little bit high. So they're able to, they don't show you symptoms like that. But it's there. Sometimes you see screenshots. Why screenshot? Because the hacker can, when you have Metasploitable machine, they can take a screenshot.
So they are the ones taking the screenshots.
Yes. So they take the screenshot for themselves. Some of the apps, when you developed it, you take screenshots. Maybe I can say, okay, every 1 minute take a screenshot. So maybe if the person is on WhatsApp chatting, every minute take a screenshot. So the screenshot will be sent to the hacker. But sometimes you will have dumped on your screenshot side. So if you are somebody, you go to your phone and you see screenshot that you did not take, then these are some of the malwares that are affecting these things. So
you see why I hate these scammers? You see why I hate them? I hate them, man, big time.
Kaf, you see,
no scammer is my friend.
Yeah. So here, let's see some of the dangers here. Let me come here. Let's see some of them here. Okay, here. Now, so identity theft through online.
How do you steal my identity? I'm Kafui. How do you steal my identity?
Okay, good. So you've joined my network. Now I have access to your device. Whatever you were doing, I've been able to clone it. I can use those information to scam you. A guy came from Kumasi this month. I believe he's watching me. He got himself involved with this one, and the hacker was able to take control over the phone, his laptop, using the remote desktop controller, right, the RDP. So when he's able to do that, all the sessions, guess what? he has a YouTube page, almost about 128K followers on YouTube. Not a joke. Now, he was able to log into other social media handles.
The hacker was doing this?
Yes.
The scammer?
So, yes. So what happened is that the person had logged into all these things on the laptop. And this hacker took over the laptop. So now the hacker was able to get access to all this information. And the hacker was able to change the Gmail, was able to change all his social media handles, and change everything.
Wow.
Because of these things.
So now he can't get access to his own YouTube?
His own YouTube. And he has changed the authentication number. You see, so these are some of the dangers of joining these free Wi-Fi's that we don't trust. Right?
What could that man have? How could that man have protected himself?
One,
our friend from Kumasi.
One, you don't join Wi-Fi's like this. You don't join free Wi-Fi. Two, you don't download applications that you don't know. See, I say that anything that is free, there is a reason behind it. So if you are having a software to do something free for you, have that software, run it on VirusTotal. You can go to VirusTotal here. When you come to VirusTotal here, you see a file here, URL here, and search here. So if it's a file you have downloaded, you come to file here, and you choose the file, you put in there. It runs a scan for you to see if the file does not have any malware in it, it doesn't have any exploits that is going to affect your system, right? So that is what my good friend could have done. Right, that's some of the things that he could have done.
So he came to see you for help?
Yeah, he came to see me, and so
how are you helping him?
Oh, we've done that. We finished. So we're able to get the log files of when the thing happened. We got the log file, and unfortunate for him, the exploit that he was using was giving the hacker a remote access and a backdoor access, and he was able to not only there's a malware, so it's a family. A malware could come with a keylogger, a virus, a Trojan. It affected a lot of things in the log, so we need to back up and restart the machine for him, reset it, get a new Windows for him, and also put some security protections on it for him.
But so he's wiser now?
Yeah, for now he's wise. But now he has lost the YouTube. So we have to now find a way to recover the YouTube.
128,000 followers.
And it's no joke.
And because you will make good money every month.
Yes, it's monetized. Ooh. And now the person has done it and has put it on private, so you can't even see your YouTube name.
But will the guy be making money from his
Now he will change it and maybe sell it, because an hacker, you just go and sell it at the dark web.
I hate scammers.
Yes, yeah. So you see, Kav, that's what the two is affecting your device with malware, stealing your passwords, like what happens to our brother. They stole his password, snooping for confidential data, and here we have taken over your business account, like what has happened.
Okay.
Right, so see, you could just enjoy free Wi-Fi for 3 minutes, and you have all these troubles coming to you.
Free things are not free, so be careful.
Yeah, so I always say that, you see, hacking is creativity. They are smart. They take advantage of events. They take advantage of scenarios that happen. So, like now, the BEC people are writing exams.
Yes.
They will send links like Apokronkron. Click on this to redeem Apokronkron. You click on it, then they get your device.
Holy Apo.
Holy Apo.
When the thing is not good.
Yes. Because you want Holy Apo. After learning for 3 years or 2 years, you still want Holy Apo. So they will bite you with it. So the point here is that whatever we are going, especially the hotel, see, lots of data has been compromised because of this hotel. I know hackers can go to, sometimes if they want to practice their knowledge, they go to sometimes you finish learning the thing, and you want to exploit physical.
So they go to the hotel, sit in the lounge.
They go to the hotels, the malls, and then open free Wi-Fi, free access point for them.
Wow.
And they will change the access point name, that's the Wi-Fi name, to wherever they are.
Yes.
So if it's Marina Mall, they say Marina Mall main Wi-Fi. So you come there, you think that it's Marina Mall Wi-Fi that you're enjoying. So you just join it and it's free, it's just open for you.
How can I tell that this Wi-Fi is legit? If I go to whatever hotel or mall, how will I know that this is Kotoka International Airport legit Wi-Fi?
So some of the organizations, they will write their access point name there for you.
What is an access point name?
Okay, good. So they will write it, our Wi-Fi name. So here maybe GBC or GTV Breakfast Wi-Fi. So that will tell you that, oh, this is, so that one has been written down there.
Okay.
So if I come here and I see GBC breakfast Wi-Fi 2, Wi-Fi 3, Wi-Fi 4, I'll look at what has been written there and I'll log in with that one.
So people just need to be careful.
We have to be careful, right? And one thing is that when you join free Wi-Fi for some reason, sometimes you want to join the free Wi-Fi, then please be careful. Don't share confidential information whilst you join the Wi-Fi. Don't input password while you join the Wi-Fi, and make sure that all the sites you are browsing has a padlock on it. That means it's encrypted.
What is the padlock?
Okay, so here, let me come to just any okay, here, even here is there. So when I come here, let me click here.
I think the screen has gone on holiday.
Yeah, so
the weekend come.
Yeah, so here when you click here, you see normally you see
a padlock icon,
or you see HTTP. Yeah, so you see HTTP. So when it's HTTP, that means it's not secure. But when you see HTTPS, that means
HTTPS.
So that means secure hypertext transfer protocol. That means whatever communications happen, if the hacker is even able to intercept it, it's encrypted.
Okay, so they can't really see.
They can't really make meaning of it unless they go through decrypting mode, they go through all sort of issues. And you see, hackers don't want stress. They've got no time for you.
Yeah.
Right. So if you are giving them stress, they leave you to go to the person who will not give them stress. So since you are watching us, let's give them stress.
Yes.
Let's stress them up.
I'm all for stressing hackers and scammers.
Yeah. So let's stress them up. So that is one of the things that we could be doing.
Okay. Your top 3 tips for somebody to protect themselves from the dangers of free Wi-Fi. What are your top 3 tips?
The first one, don't join free public Wi-Fi. That's the first one. And the second one is that always make sure that the site you are browsing is secured, right? Anytime you want to make payment, you want to share private, confidential information on a free public Wi-Fi, make sure that the site is secure. Don't share personal details on the space. And the last one is think twice before you click. Think twice before you post. Think twice before you interact on the space. It's not a free space as we see it.
Yep.
There are so many things happen.
Thank you. And I read something that I'll never forget. It says, if the thing is free, you are the product. So be careful. Okay?
Wow.
You are likely going to be the product. So we are done with our tech corner. That's David Jedu from CyberOne Defense Communication. Many thanks to CyberOne Charity Africa for the Volta experience that they went and did and visited 15 schools, gave out 75 laptops and did advocacy training and all that stuff. We wish you come back again some other time.
Yeah.
But make it go around the country and then come back again.
We're going to Kumasi.
Good, excellent stuff. So that's our corner for now. We will come back with social media corner. Valerie is all revved up, boom, ready to go. And then we've got sports at 7:15, headlines to the ladies at 7:30. It's conversations on the Millennium Excellence Awards. Let's go to the theaters, an issue on copyright matters, and your messages on 055-556-1034. This is a good time for some good cocoa, don't you think so?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, welcome back to the show. Mr. Drew giving us all the vibes and ushering us into the SMC. Welcome, people. My name is Valerie Dan. So how you can interact with us on our WhatsApp is 055-556-1034. We are very, very interactive. So in the trends, we have Nkrumah, we have Eminem, we have Napo, we have elections 2024. We are beginning our trends with someone we just saw on the screens, and we are throwing it way back into time from like 2018. Hits FM shared this yesterday on their socials. On this day in 2018, we hosted at Mr. Drew Officials. He's our Man Crush Friday, Mr. Drew. To our trends, top on our trends is Kwame Nkrumah. So the running mate of the NPP, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, over the week while he was being outdoored in Kumasi, made some comments that it caught fire across social media, and he was catching a lot of heat. And in the wake of that, people were sharing things and the legacies of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Wodemaya, ardent YouTube creator and content creator, shared a couple of pictures. We put it together. There it is. So Wodemaya is saying, he shared this on his socials, on X. He says, this is Kwame Shopping Mall on Kwame Nkrumah Avenue in Zimbabwe, and he goes on to show us what the inside of the Kwame Nkrumah Mall in Zimbabwe looks like. So people sharing the legacies of Kwame Nkrumah. And then also here, still across social media, people are still sharing the legacies of Kwame Nkrumah. And on X, so there are statues of Nkrumah. So there's a statue of him in Mali. There's a statue of him. This is the statue of him in Mali. There's a statue of him in Ethiopia, Zambia, and Ghana. And so across social media, people are sharing the legacy of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And this is why Nkrumah is in the trends. Okay, and so we're going on to our next trend. You remember in Kenya where the youth and the Gen Zs stood up and went on a protest against the government on some taxes the government was trying to impose. So on the back of that, President Ruto has sacked everybody in his cabinet except the vice president, who by law cannot be sacked, and the foreign minister, which we do not know why. And we are putting up a screenshot of that. It's coming up now. So in a news flash, online put it up there yesterday in a news flash, Kenyan President William Ruto sacks all ministers except Deputy President. So the Deputy President by law cannot be sacked, and Foreign Minister after anti-government protest. And so we are going to be bringing up a video where President Ruto is speaking.
Which will require a review and reorganization of our budget and fiscal management, have brought us to an inflection point. I have today, in line with the powers given to me by Article 1521 and 1525B of the Constitution and Sections 12 of the Office of the Attorney General's Act, decided to dismiss with immediate effect all the Cabinet Secretaries and Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, of the Cabinet of Kenya, except the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, and of course, the Office of the Deputy President is not affected in any way. I will immediately engage in extensive consultations across different sectors and political formations and other Kenyans, both in public and private, with the aim of setting up a broad-based government that will assist me in accelerating and expediting the necessary, urgent, and irreversible implementation of the program that we have, including other radical measures and programs to deal with the burden of debt.
And so that's President Ruto speaking. While some are saying this is a step in the right direction, the youth and the Gen Zs are actually calling for him to resign. So we'll be following the story. So that's a bit on Kenya. So to our viral post of the week, Lydia Forson, actress and social, she's very vocal when it comes to social issues, shared a photo on her page. She apparently went to get some ingredients, and so she was asking this on her X page. She says tomatoes 10 Ghana cedis, onions 2 Ghana cedis. How are we surviving? So she shared this on her page on X, and our online team picked it up, and then we shared it across our socials as well. And then these are some of the comments on how people are surviving. So SOS Life says, this is so because we prioritize English language over agriculture as a compulsory subject to study in school. What say you on that? Chairman Joseph is saying it's about time people move away from the capital. King Marlon says December 7th is the answer to all these questions. Teta Promise is saying it's good. It's national television. It's good that it's national television that is posting this. I'm sure the leaders will see this. We are hoping they see this because they are watching us. Raymond Muwenzume is saying Dr. Baomi has said it is possible. So everything in this country is possible. Saeed Ibn Abdurrahman is saying, is the country fenced by a fence wall? You can go to where to survive. Pablo Suka said, it's about time we start this backyard garden. At least it will ease the situation. Millipak Simon is saying, if this government is going to continue, we'll go back to eating floor that remains under the Milo. 7th December is the answer. 5 months more. Kofi Salom is saying, yet the useless ones are walking around telling us the economy is great. Inshallah, 7th December comes soon. David Armstrong is saying we are moving forward. Be Bold is saying them say it's better than in Nkrumah regime. For food and jobs. Nita one tomato is 5 cedis, and that onion could even be more than the stated 2. Well, and that's Bennett Danso saying. Benjamin Mate is saying it's the same here in Koforidia nowadays. When you are going to market, you must pray for favor before the market women, else you come home buying only tomatoes and pepper. No, your money go finish. God's Gift Creations is saying it's time everyone starts backyard farming. Nana Amokodia is saying GTV Ghana admin has never posted any good thing about the government before. Lydia Forson is part of the NDC communication team. You can go to the market and ask the prices yourself rather than referring to the post of an opposition member. GTV admin taking shots right there. Givens J saying 8 more to do more with those laughing emojis. Louise Jackson is saying if the children of Israel see what Nana and Baumia are doing to us, they will say Pharaoh was a good man. Billy Evans saying yet they say there hasn't been anything like hunger in the system. Charles Hayford is saying I thought it's my balls she's holding. Oh, me yemashimi papa. Charlie, people with their comments. Nene Sakite is saying this is actress Lydia Forson shared on her socials. She was asking how we are surviving, and so we are asking the same question. Well, we've been asking this question since last week. How are you surviving? What are your ratios? This is 001 100 000. What are your ratios? Let us know. How are you surviving in this economy? So people, we are just breathing over everything Chef Smith and the cookathon. And then there's another thon. Personally, I am tired. I don't know about you guys, but you know how we do it on the SMC. If it is trending, we have to show it. So Frederick Boache is going on a dance-a-thon. So go on social media, use the hashtag dance-a-thon. You see the guy, he just debugged. Here's a video of him. She is attempting to dance for 1 week. He's in Kwewu Oboming. So if this weekend you are free and you want to be featured in the dance-a-thon in the public arena, please head over to Kwewu Oboming. Frederick Boache attempts to break the world record to be the person who is dancing the most. And we saw some of the videos. He changed from one attack. So we think he's going to be maybe dancing. He's going to be dancing from using dances from all the regions of Ghana, maybe Africa. People, head over to the socials. It's dance-a-thon. Let's see where this one hits. So to a video that we chanced upon, people. The next video is called Mathematical Grammar. Enjoy.
Past tense, if we want to get the past participle, look at what a mathematician will do. Grew all over grown is equal to flew all over. The past participle we don't know, so we can represent it with y. Then cross multiply. Y will times this. Y is timesing grew equals flew with times grown. That is cross multiply. So to get your y, divide both sides by grew. Divide both sides by grew. So that grew we cancel grew. Here g we cancel g. R we cancel r. E we cancel e. W we cancel w. So y is f l o w and n. Therefore, the past participle of flew is flown. Of course, the past tense and the past participle. The flew, which is a past tense, if we want to get the past participle, look at what a mathematician will do. Grew all over grown is equal to flew all over the past participle we don't know, so we can represent it with y. Then cross multiply. Y will times this. Y is times in grew equals flew times grown. That is cross multiply. So to get your y, divide both sides by grew. Divide both sides by grew. So that grew we cancel grew. Here g we cancel g. R we cancel r. E we cancel e. W we cancel w. So y is f l o w and n. Therefore, the past participle of flew is flown.
This guy just confused me. But there are mathematicians in here. Paul and Mark are saying, they're saying that it makes mathematical sense. Does it make sense to you? If it does, let us know. Me, I'm totally confused. I'm not a math person. So if you're not a math person, I know you're me. So the math people say it makes sense. Let us know how this makes sense. Our socials are very active. GTV Ghana, and our WhatsApp is 055-556-1034. Now here's our mood for the weekend. You know how we say we started this year, the whole world started the slogan with the hashtag no grief for anybody 2024. People, they use their mind for Accra, Ghana. This is a clear example. And so this weekend, if you're out and about, be sharp. Be sharper than the men out there. Watch this.
Hey, Obi-Wan. Oh, hello. Why? Yeah, what? Oh, boss, me pa choe. Think I'm in Accra. Edidi a boss, come any beji. Over to Moe.
See, I did Biniha.
Moe.
You could feel the amount.
Sam, Bama Bibri.
The Bama be stretching. You go feel the note.
Moe, ba.
Young Commander, baby.
Okay, Uncle.
I had a bar.
Blah. You see GPS.
Yes, I'm quite.
I must have me quite. Blah, Mamu Kokumio. Blah away. Away.
Asani. Yes, how?
Blah.
Where the dragatalo?
We used to go mouth. Hey, Obi-Wan.
Oh, hello.
Why?
Yeah, what?
Oh, boss, me pa choe. Think I'm in Accra. Edidi a boss, come any beji. Over to Moe.
See, I did Biniha.
Moe.
You could feel the amount.
Sam, Bama Bibri.
The Bama be stretching.
You go feel the note. Moe, ba.
Young Commander, baby.
Okay, Uncle.
I had a bar.
Blah. You see GPS.
Yes, I'm quite.
I must have me quite. Blah, Mamu Kokumio. Blah away. Away.
Asani. Yes, how?
Blah.
Where the dragatalo?
We used to go mouth. Hey, Obi-Wan.
Oh, hello.
Why?
Yeah, what?
Oh, boss, me pa choe. Think I'm in Accra. Edidi a boss, come any beji. Over to Moe.
See, I did Biniha.
Moe.
You could feel the amount.
Sam, Bama Bibri.
The Bama be stretching.
You go feel the note. Moe, ba.
Young Commander, baby.
Okay, Uncle.
I had a bar.
Blah. You see GPS.
Yes, I'm quite.
I must have me quite. Blah, Mamu Kokumio. Blah away. Away.
Asani. Yazao.
Blah.
Where the dragatalo?
We used to go mouth.
Accra, Ghana equals to format in Kwan. Be wise this weekend, people. No grief for anybody 2024. We are signing out of the social media and heading straight for some sports update. See you there.
Sports update on GTV and GTV Sports Plus. My name is Akosia AJ once again. And in our first story, we will be looking at the Olympics, definitely a report that has been filed by Benjamin Willie Graham. Then we would also be looking at Kumasi Asante Kotoko, who have signed a new player. This time, he is from Congo, and some other stories as well. So in our first story for today, Benjamin Willie Graham has filed this report on Team Ghana.
At the Center for Resource and Expertise, as well as Performance in Sports Center here in Strasbourg in France. And this is where Team Ghana is going to base and start the pre-camping. Obviously, the athletes who currently are in camp as we speak is Harry Stacey and Josely Alice Benson, as well as Hussein Ibrahim, also talking about Rosia Bois. These are the athletes who currently are in camp here for this pre-camp. But the rest will join us later with the coaches, Andrew Wusu. But this is the facility that is giving credence to how the team is going to prepare and then move to the Games Village on the 21st of July. So we have been here and we've been treated pretty well by the officials, We also do have a Ghanaian who is known in this particular place at Strasbourg, Mr. Frank Ado, who says that, listen, he's seen it all here in Strasbourg and ensuring that we have a very wonderful time. So just not to talk too much, it's just a matter of looking at the facilities that we have here. This is a very amazing indoor running facility. The high jump where Rose is hoping to use to advantage is also here, and we've seen the pole boat but also being put together for Team Ghana. So to be honest with you, it's very calm here. It's a very nice place, quiet, and we're hoping to have one of the best training camps in Strasbourg.
All the best, but this morning they are already up and running. They are getting ready to also get into training so that they are fit for when the games properly begin.
Morning. Everybody's doing good.
To be honest, I didn't do well. After the whole plate is empty.
Good morning, Fuseni. How are you doing? Do you sleep well?
Stacey the swimmer is there. Rosie about the high jumper is there. Fuseni, the track star, is also there. And then I saw Coach Salamatu also there. So we wish Team Ghana the very best. But now let's talk about Kumasi Asante Kotoko, because they say they are delighted to confirm the signing of Indogani Samba Gilbani O'Neill, the former captain of Rahimo FC, on a 2-year contract. The 23-year-old completed his medical examination in Kumasi yesterday. Samba, who stands at 6 feet tall, made 34 appearances across all competitions for the Burkinabe side, contributing 4 assists and scoring 2 goals in a statement that was released by Kumasi Asante Kotoko. Samba expressed his enthusiasm for joining the Porcupine Warriors, stating that he is thrilled to be here because Kotoko is a big club. When his manager informed him, according to him, when his manager informed him about Kotoko's interest, he immediately instructed them to halt any discussion with other clubs so he could focus on coming to Kumasi Asante Kotoko. He says that he is committed to proving his quality on the pitch and helping the team win the league. Kumasi Asante Kotoko said they look forward to the significant impact Samba will bring to the team as they strive for success in the coming seasons. Transfer stories and Nations FC wish to announce the permanent transfers of forward Asamoah Boateng Efriye and defender Michael Iwamensah to Accra Hearts of Oak. The club extends its heartfelt wishes to both players as they embark on their new journey and express profound gratitude for their incredible dedication and contributions during their tenure at Nations FC. Both players have left an indelible mark on the club's history, being integral members of the team that secured promotion to the Ghana Premier League in the 2023-2024 season. Their commitment and performances will be fondly remembered by the entire Nations FC community. According to the club, they wish Asamoah Enewa the very best in their future endeavors at Accra Hearts of Oak and thank them for their exemplary service to Nations FC Football Club. On the foreign front, Oli Watkins has gone on a remarkable journey from playing football in the Conference South to being England's match winner in a major semi-final game against the Netherlands.
This country they stress me. Oh, that's so I am a mention. And Yami Shishami. My name boys, she moi. And your man, no more, no. A free to a mono. Never mind. And it's ever pray what to them. 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 And it's ever what to them. And it's ever pray what to them. And it's ever pray what to them. And it's ever pray what to them.
Lots of happiness in a bottle in Chin Chin Band with that amazing tune. Sending our most heartfelt, happiest of birthday wishes to you, Cynthia Amafokoye Boa. Today is this international producer's birthday, and we are sending you nothing but love. You celebrate your birthday with my grandma, who has gone to be with her big daddy. So today we are sending love to you, and to Cynthia, and to you, my beloved grandma, Rebecca Toshi Toto. I love you. Rest well. I'm here at the table with their family, Kath and Val.
Hello.
How are we doing?
We're inside.
So, Kofi Traffic, our friend on the outside,
Yes.
He's big on road safety.
Yes.
Our guy Alan is big on anything environment. And the roads have been very passionate, have been very topical for them the past couple of weeks. Today, Alan is out and about in the Tema area. And we are going to be witnessing a demonstration of some people because of the state of the road.
Listen. When it comes to this road, for people have left their homes. People who live in Community 25 have left their homes for rent, and they have come inside Tema to rent because look, it's bad. It starts right from the TT Brothers traffic light. Apart from the traffic being crazy, the road is unmotorable. And the trotros and the okadas and the kekes, those who carry the rubbish, because they have to take it to the Bondampin side. So from the TT Brothers traffic light all the way, and then the runabout, which was supposed to have been done by now. So they've left it undone, and there are two big gaping holes. One coming from the Pram side, and then one from the side that's coming from, say, the Shaman area. So there are two gaping holes, and every car that you have to spend like more than a minute to just maneuver one and then go around if you're not taking any of the exits.
The other one as well.
And then right after that, there's a police post. And the police post sees all this traffic, and then they are there. Right after that, and then they stop. Look, and then right at the police post where there's already traffic, there are lots of people who are selling there. And then after that, there's another bridge that has been left undone with gaping holes.
It sounds like a road made in hell.
Look, it's a terror to maneuver that road.
Let's see what Alan has to report for us. A demonstration at Tema Community 25 against the poor state of the roads. Mr. Darrell Alan Tego, what can you report? We'll connect with Alan, but
for coming to us. We're coming to you from the Kpom barrier. We're currently headed towards Dawenya, and this is a demonstration, some refer to as tactical demonstration against the bad nature of the roads and the state of the road. Obviously, we can see for ourselves. It makes commuting between Tema and parts of Dawenya really terribly long. You can be on this road. A journey that should normally take you about 15 minutes can last for as long as an hour and a half. And this is what residents are demonstrating against. And so their major banner speaks to Concerned Citizens Residents Association from Kpom, Dawenya and Pram. And these are peacefully demonstrating. Some of the placards read, roads are lifeline, roads are necessary, and so on. I'll try and speak to one of the organizers and see what they have to say for why this demonstration is currently taking place. Some I spoke to off the record are here because they reside here, but are not necessarily, emphasis mine, not necessarily worried that much because their patch of the road isn't one that is greatly affected, but they're here in solidarity. And so let me go and try and speak to one of the organizers. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Darrell Tego, GTV.
My name is Frana Abayawuni.
Are you the convener of this demonstration?
I'm one of the organizers of this demonstration.
Why has it become necessary that you do this?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, fellow viewers. We've had series of problems. The problem which we've had is 4 years ago, the president came here and cut sod. And when he cut sod, we were so convinced that this road was going to be done. And then after some time, we realized the contractor came to a halt. And so we were asking questions, and we never got results. For instance, I had to stop work because the traffic is so killing. To go to work in Accra and come back, I end up leaving my children at the mercy of teachers. And it's not only me, a lot of mothers have done that. And the traffic is so bad that when you are coming or going at the rush hour, it's so terrible. We have to use the back routes sometimes. Unfortunately for us now, because of the rains, all the back routes are also gone so bad. We are only demanding one thing from government. And our demand is the contractor is still on site. He is not working. And we want the contractor back on the road. And we want to know why. Because we are dying.
For those who will not necessarily agree with you demonstrating, they will say you could have resorted to other avenues or channels to express your grievance. Have you tried any other way apart from staging this demonstration?
Yes, we have. We've engaged with both the DCE of Ningo Pram Pram. We've engaged also with the Municipal Assembly of Ningo Pram Pram. Bear in mind, this stretch of road falls into two municipalities, right? And we have done that to no avail. And all we get is one promise after the other. And now we want them to come back onto the road. We want the contractor back. Otherwise, government must tell us something. Maybe there's more to it that we don't know.
Well, government is in the business of building and constructing roads. Perhaps it hasn't gotten to your turn yet. That notwithstanding, what will you do beyond this demonstration?
I beg your pardon. How can it be that they have not gotten to our end? Then why did they cut the sword 4 years ago? I want to know why sword was cut 4 years ago. And all of a sudden, it's not our turn yet. Listen, this road is an international road, if you do not know. And I wish you would experience it. And I want you to do a random interview with just passers-by, because someone may think we are staging it. Just go to the passers-by and ask them questions. This road, we are having too many problems. Our children sleep in class. Mothers cannot work anymore because they have to now take care of the children. Our husbands are having problems. There's so much pressure at home. Our vehicles are in trouble. Our health, we swim in mud.
Having petitioned the DCEs, some would say, wouldn't you rather wait until some action is taken on your petitions? Why would you still go ahead and demonstrate?
The government must hear us. The government must hear.
But the DCE received your petition, so you must also assume it's been passed on.
Yes, but we haven't had any feedback. And so we are demonstrating. And it is our right. It's our civic right to demonstrate. So that is why we are on the street. And if you can notice, it's very decent. We don't have any riffraffs here. And these are organizers from the various residential associations along the road, from Pombaria all the way to Miocho and beyond to almost Chopoli. Most of the residential associations, we came together and decided to hold this demonstration.
Awesome. And so what happens then after this demonstration? Will you continue engagement, or that's the end of it?
Definitely, we'll continue with the engagement. It's very, very important. I don't think we need just one day to get this done. We'll continue to give the pressure because we want the contractor to come back on site. They are just up the road. So that is what we want done.
Now, some will say you would have no business with that contractor. Yet, given that he's doing or constructing your road, some would also wonder whether Beyond the DCEs and everything, have you spoken to the contractor to establish what exactly may be the reason why they are not working?
From our sources, I know some of the organizers were there, and they are tight-lipped. They would not give you audience, and I do understand them. They don't have any business with us, and their business is with the government. So when we go engaging them, I know 1 or 2 people have been there, and they have not had any answers from the contractors. Maybe you can do that. They are up the road. When you are done, we'll show you their office. You can go to them.
As we march along, we'll probably go past them, and so time permitting, I would seek to have a word or two with anyone available who would want to speak to us. Given that they are not even willing to speak to you residents, chances are they may not even speak to the media. Going forward, in your mobilizing, what would you say has been the biggest challenge thus far?
Oh, our challenge has been, you see, people live in this area and they work in Accra. So that is why we decided to have the demonstration within a short time. We planned it for just about 3 hours so that people can get to go to work. That's the only challenge we've had. And then let me come to your issue with the contractor. We've planned this demonstration in such a way that this road is very busy, and we don't want to create any chaos of traffic today. So we are not walking all the way to where the contractor is. We will just turn off here and then get into the police station and present our petition. But the contractor is way up there. Maybe when you are done, you can go to them.
Who is receiving your petition this morning?
We know the DCE will be there. We know that one of the MPs or the MPs may come, or otherwise the representative of the government we know around here are the police.
And so if nobody shows up, you'll hand over your petition to the police?
Exactly, because we've had a lot of engagements with them.
Beyond the DCEs or MCEs receiving your petition, have they come back to you with any information relative to the petition you submitted?
We have not had any feedback from them yet. It's just the police who have been very, very helpful. They've been helpful all along the way, and they have been giving us information and helping us with how we can streamline things. But that is what I can say.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. We're still with you. We'll try and speak to a member or two of your team demonstrating this morning. And so, Thelma, if you can hear me, I guess their story is well outlined. They're demonstrating for better roads and good roads to be built or to be fixed. And that really is the core of their demonstration. We're still with them. I will try and see if I could go in and have a word with 1 or 2 of the members. Surely I'll be given the opportunity to speak. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, my brother.
GTV, why are you demonstrating?
Oh, we are demonstrating because our roads are very bad here.
Some will say you're not the only ones going through bad roads.
Ours is worse. It's worse.
Tell me, how worse are your roads?
Well, you can see the nature of road we drive on. In fact, when you have to take your kids to school, they have to sleep in the car. When they get to school, they have to sleep due to the bad nature of the road. In fact, we have to buy a lot of parts to fix our cars day in, day out. We can't. It's unbearable.
Well, it appears this issue is the same with everyone demonstrating, because the first person I spoke to said about the same thing. What have you done so far, individually or as a group?
Yeah, in fact, we usually contribute every year to fix the road ourselves. Yeah, we buy laterites, we spread on the roads just to make it more trouble for us. But in fact, at the moment, things are very hard.
Your placard reads rather interesting. There is enough money. Where?
Yeah, there's enough money in this country. Yeah.
Where?
In this country.
Are you actually talking about Ghana?
Yes.
Have you not heard we don't have money?
We have money. We have money.
Where?
Enough money. They know where the money is.
Who are they?
Government.
And who is government?
Our leaders know where the money is.
Those we elected, or those you elected?
Those we elected, they know where the money is. So they should get the money to fix it for us. We are not asking for much. We only want a motorable road. We don't want asphalt. We just want it motorable. So we have drains that the water can just pass through so that it will not destroy the road for us. That is all we are asking for. Just to grade the road, shave it, and then ramp it, and then we can drive on.
Well, much as some would say, it's been a long time, 4 years since a sword was cut to fix this road. What happens? I mean, it would not be done overnight. What happens beyond this demonstration?
Well, we have made it clear to government. This demonstration shows that, in fact, the residents within this locality are ready. Yeah, if we don't see anything, we'll come back again.
How long do you want to keep up with this?
In fact, we want government to immediately do something. It should do something about the road. Look at the traffic situation on this road. This is an international road.
And if nothing is done immediately?
If nothing is done, we'll come back on the street again. Till government will heed to our advice. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. So that's another view there, and really, I have attended demonstrations in time past, and I commend the organizers and their collaboration with the police. This has been one of the smoothest demonstrations I've attended in very recent times. The people have conducted themselves really very, very well, and it appears everybody on is really up for it. Good morning.
Fine morning.
How are you?
I'm okay, please. And you?
I am very well, thank you. Why are you demonstrating?
I think it's because of the road.
You think it's because of the road?
Yes, please.
And it is not because of the road, but you think it is?
It's because of the road.
And what are you expecting?
I'm expecting that as they've started, they should come and complete it for us. Because most of us that we use the road for commercial purposes, we can't do it. Because when you have to go and come back early, you can't do it. So they have to do something about it for us, because we are really going through hell here. And you see, when you have to go to Accra in the morning, you can be in traffic for 5-6 hours, and before you get to work, your boss, they are angry.
So what happens after the demonstration?
I think the government have to come in and see to demands that they have to do the road for us, because we are new settlements that we've moved from places and we are here, and now that we've felt like we built our houses and they have to do something for us. Now the road is not helping us. So they should just come and do something for us.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and we're hoping something will be done immediately. And that is, I think, the third person who also mentioned just about the same thing. We are marching towards the police station, as the organizer mentioned, and very shortly the petition will be handed to whoever has been appointed or nominated to receive the petition from them. It is not such a long, huge queue of demonstrators, but as much as possible, you can tell that their impact or their presence is being felt both by passers-by and residents alike. Yeah, and so if you can let me grab a last. You're carrying the banner. Why are you demonstrating?
Yeah, because my road is not good. When you wake up 5:30, you be in the traffic more than 4 hours to 5 hours. When you go to work, when you close, you are coming back. You be in the traffic more than 8 hours before you get home. Before you get home, you are tired. You have to wake up early in the morning because of the traffic. And the road is not good. The government is not doing anything about this point. The children are suffering. When they are going to work, you have to wake up the children like 3:30. Before they wake up, the children cannot sleep. They are tired. And the road is not good. It's very bad. Everywhere is bad. We are suffering. Because of this road, nobody cannot do anything. Nothing is going good. Nothing is going on. And the government, according to them, we know, he said they take the money. The money they used to do the road, they take the money. So we are begging them to release the money for us so that we can able to finish the road for us before end of this year. We can do anything. You should not wait when you reach a lesson year before they say they are coming to do something for. You will never vote for anybody. So we need justice. Even God himself is justice. So you should give us justice. Otherwise, the justice God will give to the nation, the anger of God is serious. So Nana Akufo-Addo and the people, if you do something for us, me, I won't beg them because I'm my right, I'm my justice, I pay my tithe. So if you do what is justice for God, so that the peace will reign. Thank you.
But a sword has been cut some time now to get this road fixed. So really, you're not expected to be angry, given that at least some effort has been made, or an attempt has been made at fixing the road.
Yeah, what you say is true. But what I mean, I'm still talking that we need justice, we need peace. The road might be fixed for us. If this road is fixed, you take 1 minute past this road, go wherever you wanted to go and come back. You cannot wake up 3:30 and wake up your children 3:30. You cannot able to sleep and go to school. When you go to school, you sleep in the class before he's writing. Even if you go to work, you yourself, you are sleeping, your boss can sack you. Have you getting me? So, because of that, justice must be done. They must do the road for us. They must do something. You take 1 minute pass here, you can wake up your children 6 o'clock in the bed to dress her up. You take 1 minute apart. First, the road is not like this. Now, look at what is happened. Look at our people. Is he care for us? Does he feel pain for us? If they care for us, feel pain for us. Let's see the suffering. Sometimes them self pass here because of their president. They have a titles. They pass wrong way. They can pass inside and go, but they don't care for. They don't feel for. So if they feel pay for, care for. Sometimes the road traffic can be here up to the people house. Enter the Chaiman area there, Mr. Van Gogh area, pass over. It's too much. What I'm talking about, you should give us justice, peace. You should release the money and they complete the road for us. Me, I want for justice because God is a justice God. We need peace. You don't have to wait. When they lead the next year before they will come down, you should come and vote for us to do the road. You are not going to wait for that. You should do the road for us. We are own way. You choose whoever you want to vote for. But if in the election year they are coming to do the road for us, we never agree. Let them start now. That's what we are talking about. Because what we are doing right now is small thing. If you don't, you give them 1 week. If you don't do the road, what do? You block all the road. Nobody will pass by. So we stop for justice.
So for you and other residents, justice will be, or justice will mean, road has been completed.
Yes, yes.
So without the road, then there's no justice.
No, without road, there's no justice.
Thank you.
Nobody will pass by. You close the road.
Thank you for speaking to us at GTV. Yes, and so that is her view as well. For her, it is justice, road fixed, and that amounts to justice. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I'm rather drawn into your exciting dance and your excitement over demonstration. Why are you demonstrating?
Oh, I think this is for everybody to know what is happening here. For over 10 years, we'll be enduring this traffic. 4 years ago, my daughter was being graduated. She was doing her graduation in Central University. We were 4 hours stuck in traffic. The graduation ceremony had to be cancelled because of the traffic. You know, we've had this, we've endured this so many times, and our cars and roads are bad. And this is supposed to be an international road. You know, that's what amazes me. You know, it's an international road, and you can look at the state of it.
It's rather interesting, your placard. Your placard reads really very interesting. Bad roads, our side chicks don't visit us anymore.
We are not complaining.
How about that?
It's the chicks who are complaining.
That's quite interesting. Anyway, all the best of luck. I hope this gets sorted out anytime soon. Right, so this is the residents around Dawenya, Bombaria, and parts of Miocho who are demonstrating for their roads to be fixed. As always, Thelma, if you can still hear me, my name is Darrell Alantego, bringing you live pictures from parts of Tema, Community 25, Dawenya, Bombaria, and beyond. Thank you so very much. We're still on the ground. We'll bring you any other further stories that comes up. Thank you.
Alan, thank you so much. We know that there's a lot happening where you are, but keep us posted. And if there is the need to give us further updates, we would appreciate a comeback so you can give us that information as well. At the table with the family, Kath and Val are still here. Bad roads, Valerie, just before we went there, and you kept saying the people on the ground were just speaking your mind? Because why are you, I mean, I'm sure the man who has the side chicks banner, his wife is probably calling him right now and saying,
you should ask him how many side chicks he had.
Did you get my approval for this message? But waking up, having to wake up at 3 a.m. to get to work,
listen,
because of the bad state of the road, is quite bad.
Listen, see the lady who was saying their children wake up early. Listen, as early as 3:30, if you get on that road, I'm an example of that. Look, children will be brushing their teeth in the car, sleeping, and if you get to the TT Brothers traffic light and it's red, by the time the lights go back on green, half of the people who are sat by the wheels in their car, they're all gone. That's the sad reality. Why must a child wake up as early as 3:30 a.m.? And guess what? If you leave home around 3:30 a.m. or 4 a.m., latest by 4:30, you should be out there if you don't want any crazy traffic. If you leave at that time, you get home 8 p.m., there's still traffic. 9 p.m., there's still traffic. 9:30, by 10 p.m., there's still traffic. And then you go through all that, and then there's the police barrier right after the traffic. Look, and they haven't gotten anywhere.
If you had a banner,
I'll give it.
What would the banner say?
I'll give it to my daughter and say, why should I wake up at 3 a.m. to go to school? Simple as that. And then if you get to the 25 Mall, from the 25 Mall stretch to Def Traco Gates, if anybody lives on that stretch, you know, look, from that stretch to the gate should take you like less than 5 minutes if the road was working.
If the traffic was free.
Look, it takes you from that stretch a 5 or 3 minutes drive. It's like 30 minutes from the junction to the gate.
You've had to move.
Yes,
from
not just
community.
me. A lot of people have had to move from that area. People who own homes, they've had to move and rent their homes out to people who live around and perhaps have their jobs there and have to come to Accra or Tema. They've left their homes. You enter Def Traco, it's practically like, or some of the estates around there, it's like a ghost town because everybody has moved and people have, because they are heading on towards the Mutual side and the Pram side, there are lots of warehouses there for the Chinese and the Lebanese and whatnot. So people have left their homes, rented it out to Chinese and Lebanese to make some money, and then they have rented homes outside. That's the stark reality. It's crazy. Yeah.
You said you lived near that area.
Yeah, and then we took a business decision to just come to Accra.
A business simplicity. The family took a business decision to come back to Accra.
Because you're waking up too early.
You can't underestimate.
You're sleeping on the motorway when you're coming from Accra. You are sleeping on the motorway at 9.
You drop your children off at school.
No,
guys, let's hear from
the
you.
watchmen.
Let's hear from you on our WhatsApp number.
You drop your children off to the watchmen.
Yes.
Yeah. So
that's the stark reality.
Listen, if you have experienced this, let us know. Call us or send your message across to us on our WhatsApp number 055 55 61034 055 55 61034. What your experience on that stretch of the Tema Community 25 road heading towards the Dawenya and Pram? What can you share with us? You'll be able to call us as well. The phone number is on your screen, 0543 664 264. That's the number to call, 0543 664 264. That's the number you can call, or send the WhatsApp. Otherwise, if you're watching us on Facebook, you're watching the stream at GTV Ghana, leave a comment under the stream and we'll pick some of those up as well. You are leaving children with people who do not have any business having your child.
The teachers are not at school at 6 o'clock.
No.
Yeah, so you have to leave them with the watchman because you have to get to work at 8. Yeah. So
occupational hazard.
And you have to, sip something small
eat breakfast in the car.
Yeah. Because people are eating breakfast on the road now. People are eating dinner on the road now. So how
people
much
are doing
time
homework in the car?
Children who are supposed to be resting.
Yep.
Are sitting in traffic. People with all the noise.
Doing homework in the evening in the car on the way back home.
We have
and then
caller
it puts a lot of stress on the parents because you are always in some sort of mood.
Yeah.
Very irritable. Hey, someone is calling us from Pram. Good morning. What's your name?
I'm Emmanuel, calling from Pram.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, yes, and how are you?
That sounds like a...
Hello.
Silence, please.
I can see.
Silence. Please call us back.
Please, I beg.
No,
I'm telling you, listen, I have an angel watching over me now. Let my grandma do her job of watching over. I don't want Wahala today. Hey, reach out to us. We still have a call on the line. Good morning.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel from Pram Pram.
I can't hear anyone. I don't think
Can you please hear
there's
me?
anybody
I'm on the
there.
line. Hello.
Tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
I'm Emmanuel calling from
We
Pram
name
Pram.
our people by circumstances. I had an uncle who was called
Can you,
Census.
hello, can you
So
hear me?
Because he was born in...
If this continues, people will be born bad roads.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast. What's your name and where are you reaching us from?
Yeah, I'm Emmanuel calling from Pram Pram.
Emmanuel from Pram Pram. So you feel this pain personally, I presume?
Yes, very, very painful. At times you wake up as early as 3:30 just to beat traffic. Just to beat traffic. Hello?
Yes, we are listening to you, Emmanuel. Share your experience with us.
Yeah, just to beat traffic. And you'll be in traffic like 5 hours. And it's very, very serious. And I learned that thought was cut for that road almost about 2 years ago. But we don't know the situation about it now. We've been crying about this road, please. We want the government's attention to come on us just to fix this road for us. Just to fix the road. That is what we are pleading with government.
So is it a no road, no vote kind of situation for you guys right now?
It's a kind of, voting is a civic responsibility. So we can't say because of our road we will not vote. We'll vote though, but we want our roads to be fixed for us.
Right. Emmanuel, you are a very, very pleasant person. I'm glad to have spoken to you today. You see, the man, he's in a fix, but he's saying that we have a responsibility and we must fulfill that responsibility while still demanding justice for Community 25. And justice means fix the roads now. Sure. That's for them. Emmanuel, thank you for calling us. You can also add your voice to this conversation. Call our number 0543 664 264 0543 664 264, or you can send your thoughts to us on our WhatsApp number 055 55 61034. Have your say. What's on your mind? Call us, guys.
Yeah, and so it's not just the road issues. Whatever is on your mind, let us know.
Yeah. Because the ECG has sent an announcement out that it will be undertaking some maintenance on the new meters that are being installed. Have you received the notification? We'll let you know which areas are going to be affected very shortly. But you can call us and tell us what's on your mind. Whatever you feel compelled to share with us today about your thought processes, let us know. This is the meter that has been introduced. The ECG new meters has been introduced in some communities. We are hearing Legon area, Roman Ridge area, parts of Kolegon and Kolebu. Some homes have received this new type of meter. The ECG says it is going to undertake some maintenance, so you will not be able to buy credit. Therefore, buy now before the maintenance starts. So
can I just ask a question?
The statement, someone is on the line. So let's listen to what the person has to say, because we are giving you the opportunity to have a say this morning. So thanks for reaching us on GTV Breakfast. What's your name and where are you reaching us from?
I'm called Joseph, calling from Porter City.
Your name again?
Joseph, calling from Porter City, Mutual Pram Pram.
Mutual. So that side of town, you are reaching out to us today. What's your experience on the stretch?
Well, a lot of traffic. Right from Porter City to Home Junction, a lot of traffic. And looking at some part of the road, or at a point in time, like let's say from Dawenya to 25, Goodness filling station, you could see that they are doing a tempo run. I call it tempo run, and it has been there for ages. And this is also causing a lot of traffic on the road. There are a lot of potholes. Actually, the government needs to come in and then help us. the roads are getting bad.
Where do you work, sir? Where do you work?
I work in Tema. I'm in Tema.
How long does it take you on a typical day to get from home to work?
To work. Sometimes it takes more than 2 hours.
More than 2 hours. Yeah. Without traffic, how long will that commute be?
Without traffic, it should be less than 10 minutes.
Less than 10 minutes, but it takes you over 2 hours to get to work.
Yes, please.
Thank you for reaching us and for speaking your mind on this platform. You can add your voice to this conversation as well. A demonstration is currently underway at Tema Community 25, and the residents are protesting the bad state of the roads in Kpong, Dawenya, Pram and Mutual areas. Our correspondent Daryl Alantego has been on the demonstration trail with the residents, and he's brought us live reports. You can have your say on this matter and others when you reach us via our phone numbers and on our WhatsApp platforms.
Okay, because I'm looking towards the screen.
Okay,
let me
do you want me to scoot over? Okay.
Yeah.
Someone is reaching us from Kofodia. I wonder what Cove Town has to contribute to this conversation. Thank you for reaching us. What's your name? Good morning. We may have lost our caller from Kofodia, but let me see what the screen is saying. Our WhatsApp number 055-55-61034. Ragnar, the first on the screen, is saying it's really bad, really bad from Bombaria to Pram Junction. I can't go and visit my family because I know that whatever time I get to that place, I will meet traffic. And for Christ's sake, I hate traffic. I personally think that our leaders aren't doing much for its citizens.
Brass Stephen.
Okay. Brass Stephen. I have been a witness before on that road on my way to Dawenya one Friday morning. In fact, it took me about 4 hours to go out from the traffic. So I think the government has to expand the road to 6 lines. That's 3 going out and 3 coming in. Susanna. These are thoughts being shared on our platforms. You can also share your thoughts with us, and someone has joined our phone lines now. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Yeah, good morning. I'm Sami calling from Kofodia.
Sami, you said?
Kofodia. I'm calling from Kofodia.
Excellent. What do you have to contribute to this conversation?
Good. Now, today I'm happy to get you GTV.
Okay, we're happy to receive you this morning.
But you know what?
I don't know. You have to tell me.
I want talk to you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Casio, what is his name?
Kafui Day.
Me Tanzania or ya de chain the Kwame Nkrumah. Look, some kind of matter, count, essentially the same, totally the same. Then the man I we hear and will roast. Yeah, bro, yeah, they are casting in our say. You're casting in our say you. Oh, my the national road, must road create it. Now, we pass on a Kakan go with Janima. Why? Okay, yes, thank you.
Yo, Asidabe Bray. Yeda Sepase Watcher Wadring. Our caller, what he said in Tree, for the benefit of those who are not Tree speakers, is that he is a driver that plies the route frequently from Kofodia to that part of Tema, and he has personally experienced the bad state of the road, and he's questioning why it has taken the contractor this long to complete the roads, calling on government officials to interrogate the delays and get the problem fixed. I believe that is a quick summary of what's said. Good morning. So what happened to the year of roads? Atonsium fixed Ghana roads is what this caller is saying. From Ashaiman to Afienya Road, terrible traffic, bad roads. This one says, to be honest with you, the bad road is a problem for us all, because sometimes whilst driving, the feeling on the road is really bad. Sometimes leads to body pains and damages to the car.
Shocks.
The body needs shock absorbers for some of the roads if you're on there. God bless you for your good work. I want to urge all sympathizers of the party to vote for. So he's campaigning for his candidates, Dr. Baumia and Napo. Susanna joining from the screen. The situation is terrible. You can spend like 4 hours to cross an 8-kilometer stretch of road. I have literally abandoned my house at Community 25. Susanna is sharing a similar experience that Valerie has talked about today. She's also had to move. Kaf and his family took a business decision to also move from the area. Another caller has joined us on the phone lines. Good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name and where you are reaching us from, my lady? What's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm Constance.
Constance?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So my issue is with the new meter.
The ECG. Okay.
Yes.
What's your issue?
The billing is too much. It's too much. Before, we used to buy about 300 cedis a month, but now it's about 700 cedis a month.
Have your consumption patterns changed in any way? That is to mean, is there an extra gadget? Is there more pressure on the prepaid credit?
No, we actually reduced what we used to use. We off a lot of our freezers, we off a lot of the light, and yet still it is consuming more.
Have you reached out to the ECG office near your area, the district office in charge of your area, so they come and see if perhaps there is a problem?
We reached out to them and they were like, it's a normal reading, but this reading, compared to the old reading, it is way beyond.
What do you want to be done about this problem?
They should work on it because I feel the previous one was okay. I mean, we felt appreciated with what we were using, but now, what we were using and what we are being charged now, it is way beyond the budget. And I'm not the only one complaining. Almost every house in my area are complaining about the same issue.
All right. Constance, thank you for reaching us with your concerns. Val, Kaf, anyone experiencing anything more consumption of when it comes to electricity?
I just don't know
Are you paying more for electricity these days?
It's still the same.
For me, I just don't understand why we keep changing meters. Why can't we have just one meter for the whole country? That is my beef.
Advancements in technology.
No. I don't buy it. You go to 3 different areas and you have 3 different meters. I mean, why are we changing meters all the time?
And there's a long queue of people who don't have meters. So if there are new ones, give it to those who don't have. Why do you have to change mine that's perfectly working?
And we try to call ECG, and it is very hard. It's like pulling hair out of your nose. It's very painful. Trying to call ECG to respond to some of these things. So we need somebody to just speak to us, tell us
what's happening,
what is going on. All right, why do you change meters all the time? Why do people have to have their power go off? Because we just need answers, that's all.
And for those who are on this new meter that's been introduced in the areas that I mentioned, so around the Legon areas, from what we understand, around Kanda and Roman Ridge areas, if you don't buy power today before 11 p.m., there's going to be maintenance work going on the system. So you will not be able to reload. That means buy power now if you don't have enough to last you until Sunday evening. I believe that's what the time is.
Okay, so what the statement says is, they sent it to the ECG customers, if you're on the app. It says, emergency maintenance, Nuri comes to prepaid top-ups, will be offline from Friday 11 p.m. to Sunday 11 p.m. 11 to 4th of July 2024. Please top up now to avoid power outage. This is a message ECG sent to the customers if you're on the app, the ECG app. So from Friday 11 p.m. to Sunday 11 p.m.
We are trying to connect with officials of the ECG to speak to us on this issue. Once we get through to someone, we will take their thoughts for a better explanation of what that statement means. You are still sharing your thoughts with us, and our phone number is still on the screen. Our WhatsApp number is still very active, and more messages on the screen for me to read this morning. Good morning, Kaf. At Sege now, and I'll be returning today. Do you need Sege Chichinga?
A lot. A lot. A full rubber bag. Best Chichinga in the world.
Best Chichinga in the world. Someone thinks Dr. Baumia's call to JDM for a debate is misplaced. I believe the exit of Ken Ofori-Atta has given him back his voice on the economy. He says 2.5 years of silence has been damaging to his image, and the debate is on the streets with the suffering masses. We need Christ-like individuals to govern Ghana. Dan Inkpe sent us that message. Another viewer wants to talk about the prepaid meter. You know that particular meter brand you put on your screen, we are not able to buy its credit. Just yesterday, I went to St. John's office of the ECG, and they told me they have specific people that sells that prepaid. So they gave me a number to call. When I called the person, she was at La Paz, and I am at Jonte. How do you expect me to go from Jonte to La Paz just to buy a 100 Ghana cedi or 50 Ghana cedi credit? It doesn't make sense. They should do something about this. I feel like they have given this to their own people to sell the prepaid because it wasn't like that before.
But don't we have an app now? Why can't we just pay for power through the app?
So this is my personal experience, okay? When they came to change the meters where I stay, they told me that I had to buy the credit in person 2 or 3 times before I could activate it on my power app. And this is my personal experience. Nobody told me. No one is telling me to say this. So when I went to the office, they say you need to buy the prepaid from the vendor 2 or 3 times in a row before the thing will be activated on your power app. So
did you buy 10?
No. You buy, so whatever, if I consume 100 cedis, I use the 100, I go back and pay another 100 when the time is right for me. And then I did that twice. And then I tried to add the meter on my app. So when I did that, I still could not get the balance on my meter appearing on the app. Because the old one would usually tell you, you've used this at this time, this date, this is how much money you had on there. I had money on my old meter that has not been refunded to me. And I was told it will take 2 weeks. It's been how many weeks now? Nothing has happened. And when I did end up getting on the app, I was not able to load the credit immediately because the receipt they gave me had a token and I didn't know. So here was I, fair and fly from a weekend night out, walked into my place and it was pitch black. And I said, but I just used the app because this was my 3rd or 4th purchase. So I'd used the app to buy it. So I quickly called ECG. They said, oh, the receipt gave you a token. So you have to enter the token number in the device they gave you. And luckily, I was able to do that before the light came on. So there are lots of people who are experiencing challenges with this ECG, the prepaid meter
I think we have a caller now.
So someone has joined our phone lines. We want to pick your thoughts on what we've discussed so far. Bad roads in Tema Community 25, the ECG and the new meters. What's on your mind? If it's something else you would want to raise, we are here to listen. Share your thoughts with us, your name and where you're calling us from.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stanley calling from Dawenya.
Dawenya, okay.
Yes,
I bet it's about the roads, yeah?
Traffic situation on the road. In fact, before the 2020 election, the government cut a sword to construct that road. Until today, what they've done now, it has worsened the traffic situation on the road. That if you are going to some place, either you wake up dawn early, and when you are coming to, in fact, sometime after 10 p.m., the traffic is too much. So we don't know what our leaders are doing. And this is supposed to be an international road. And our district chief executives in the districts, both Pram and Bo, we don't know what they are doing. That they can do something to improve the traffic situation on the road. So as a country, why should we be in the country like even slaves? You don't understand. And if they break, our leaders come to TV top that we should work for them. And when you work for them, you don't know the work that they are doing. Totally useless. Excuse my language. It's annoying. So when I saw the thing on GTV today, this morning, in fact, I'm very, very happy that GTV, some people are taking it upon themselves to demonstrate that because it's like nobody's business. We don't have a leader, but we have leaders who can consume money on this nation. It's annoying.
Thank you for adding your voice to this conversation and for calling us to speak your mind. The frustration is very, very evident in his voice, and a lot more people are reaching us. Thelma, good morning to you all. On roads, I traveled to Kumasi by roads. Chale, 8 hours. Eastern Region and Ashanti vote NPP, sir. they've had president, finance minister, and 2 deputies, and 2 road ministers in 7 years and 7 months. And the road is terrible. Gabriela is sending us that. Good morning to you, Gabriela. From Greenbird, good morning, Kaf, Thelma and Val. Please and please, we need your help to tell our father, Nana Ado, the Ablekuma traffic lights now from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. There's lots of traffic due to the artificial lorry station. And when you ask the police, they tell you they can't talk about it.
Kofi Traffic will take a visit there next week.
Kofi Traffic is coming to a curve near you.
Thank you.
So this is on the ECG matter. Emmanuel from Dawenya, I agree with my fellow callers. We get late to work every day, which is very bad. We beg the government to please help. Good morning, Emmanuel. Thank you for sending your thoughts. More on our screen. Good morning, beautiful family, and how are you doing? Please, why NPP condemned and said Akufo-Addo has done better than Nkrumah? They are still promising, by which they have not finished anything they are doing. Every community is complaining about roads. Someone got a contract to change meters so that he has his share of our money, is what this viewer is saying. I'm going to the top of my screen. Hi, Thelma. This is appalling phenomenon with burying the dead that the health ministry has turned a blind eye to. People are now carrying dead bodies shoulder high, hoisting dead bodies on trees, and a whole lot of health-threatening things. Yeah. I hear there is a law covering the burial of dead bodies in Ghana, and we'll be grateful if GTV can get in touch with the health ministry to speak to this health-threatening issue. Thank you for reaching us with this concern. We have a caller, so I'll pick the caller's thoughts and then I'll come back to the family at the table. Good morning. Thank you for calling GTV Breakfast. What's your name?
My name is Na.
Now, what's your concern this morning?
Please, I want to speak tree.
Go ahead.
New prepaid now. Queen Papa. Menye adwuma bi ameton pure water by area na ye won if you na ye won obi a 50 cedis na say to credit na within 3 days 4 days na landlady asamba jina want say prepaid gas some prepaid na one best sama yen there ekuyen pa
me pacho area be na o
me work Kaswa.
Okay, so one caller was from Tetegu and another one from Kaswa also complaining of the consumption.
New meter na ya dia bre ne die ekunya papa
na me pacho na wa check wa ma ECG fo abehwe say bi a mo fault ana say leakage bi wo baby me pacho ya te wasem no ye da say wo frey
matipa me da matipa mo ye mo adwuma ma ye na we die ekunya pa
ye bobo ye humoden ye da say pa. Now is telling us that she lives in the Kaswa area and she's also complaining about the high consumption on the new prepaid meters. Like I said, we are trying to reach officials of the ECG to respond to some of these concerns. We have not had any luck so far. And when we do, we'll let you know.
Well, we've called them and they are not picking up their calls. So it's not for want of trying. We are calling them. If you go to the ECG's website, they have it's not for want of trying. We are calling them. If you go to the ECG's website, they have a whole section dedicated to meters. Okay, so they have sections like meter error after purchasing power, recharging your Alpha meter, Alpha Smart prepaid. Can I top up any type of ECG meter using the application? My meter is off but my power is on. My meter is on but I don't have power. I've been using my prepaid meter for long but no deduction has been made. Why? There's minus on the postpaid meter, mean you are in credit or in debit. Is it possible I can receive a bill even when my meter is disconnected? And finally, why am I receiving bills while my meter has been removed? They try to answer a whole bunch of questions there, but I think we are going to take this, right?
Some frequently asked questions and they provided some ready answers, but there are other questions that are not on there that people want answers to. So ECG, pick up our calls to you and hear what the people are saying on GTV Breakfast today. Kukwa is joining us from Cape Coast. Cooks, good morning.
Thanks, Elma. I'm fine and I hope you are fine too.
We are well. God is keeping us. So what's on your mind this morning?
Yeah, so also about the prepaid, and it looks like the stories are similar. I live in Cape Coast at CNC Top. They came to change my meter. Prior to that, I used to buy 100 cedis in a month, but now I buy between 300 and 400
wow.
in a month. Just like the story he shared, when they came to change it, I was having 70 cedis on it. I never got it back. I went there severally later. they told me they've taken the meters to Accra. So I never got the balance I had.
They've taken the meters to Accra?
Yes.
Right.
So I didn't get the unit that was on the meter, the old one. I didn't get it back. I went there I think 2 times. I didn't get it. So I think if there's something that could be done about this, it should be done fast. Now I've denied my family of any entertainment. We don't watch TV. And one of my fridges is off because I think that if I do, then the consumption will increase. That means I'll have to buy more, which I will not be able to afford.
Right. So, thank you, Pokwa, for sharing that. Changing it. The only education I got was how to use a new device that they gave me to check how much my balance was and using the token number to recharge. Yes.
Let's call these guys out. Listen, I can bet you there are people in this country who have lived elsewhere and they've lived somewhere for 10, 20, 30 years. Nobody comes around to tell them that your meter is big. Who cares? Why are you changing the meters all the time?
Atta is reaching us from Domi. Maybe he will reiterate your point as well. Atta, good morning. Thank you for joining us. What's on your mind this morning?
Every month, almost after almost a few. Who be some on the charges? Who be some on the charges? My dear Bakun from Moses, the Yakubon said, "Sir, Mr. Credit, I send me friend number." Only panel, your friend is saying, Accra, Kutubabi, that side, and son, no mama credit. The Badiana takers, name makes me 20 CDs here. It takes me 1 month.
Pacharia Beno.
Domi.
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 Not 20 cities take you 1 month.
20 cities take you 1 month.
Okay.
The same, we talk credit almost 250 cities for 1 month. But then I'm taking your old meter. But it's a baby and a new meter, separate meter. Light, where my kitchen, the hall, and my bedroom too, fans too. Any TV I make 1 fridge, 250 cities for 1 month. Ne day I come to a month in a 2 now, and over credit. Ya keep your perfume. If you 50 cities, if you 30 cities, if you are 30 cities, someone from Mombasa, almost no more share. No free, you go free, almost don't be beyond almost say, I'm now happy. I do go in Mombasa, charges. I'm only charging for what? Because I prepaid meter. Multiple tax, multiple BPA the film. The band then a yes, Anna.
The band is saying a yes, sir. That's it. That's yourself praying. Thank you for calling us.
Okay.
ECG is doing
the most. So I'm asking this on behalf of some of our viewers.
Okay.
If you have issues and obviously you go to their website, there are no answers, you call them, they don't pick up the phone lines. Is there any other place where we can channel issues to?
PURC is supposed to be
the regulator.
The people regulating these guys.
The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission.
We are putting a call out to them to see whether they will pick up their phones, because we've been calling ECG from the boss to the PR people. The phones are off.
Okay.
They're not picking up. So yeah,
more
hopefully
messages
PRC will pick up.
More messages on our screens. Perhaps we'll get some from our Facebook page as well. See, as for ECG issues, unless we sell it to a private person.
Let's not even go there.
PDS was doing well.
Let's not even go there. You're fixing it, then we want to sell it to a private guy. Come on.
But that's the person's thought.
I'm telling the person not to go there. That's my thought too.
So here's an experience on the Community 25 roads. Yeah, someone is calling us from Medina. Who do we have on the line? Good morning.
My name is Pastor Charles.
Pastor Charles.
Yes, please.
Happy to hear from you. What's on your mind this morning, Pastor Charles?
Madam, the road between Apollonia and Oyibi is very bad.
Apollonia and Oyibi? Okay.
Very, very bad. Then the one from Apollonia to Kantamansu to Asama is very terrible.
So there's bad and there's terrible.
That one there is
I'm struggling to see the difference. So what is bad and what is terrible?
Okay,
but both are not good.
Between Apollonia and Oigi, it's not good.
Okay.
But between Apollonia and Kantamasi police station to Asama,
it's also terrible.
The heavy tracks on that road, and they have spoiled the road. When you use small car, you can't pass that road.
Pastor Charles, thank you for sharing that information with us.
So PURC,
their
job is to provide guidelines for the rates to be charged, to examine and approve of utility rates, to protect the interests of consumers and providers of utility services, monitor and enforce standards of performance for provision of utility services, among others. So I think the PURC needs to be cracking the whip on these people.
Monitor
more people,
so they should be listening to what people are saying and then acting on the beat.
And calling the service provider to order, because you are providing a service which the consumers have complaints about.
Not just announcing that tariffs are going up in the next quarter, because that's what I hear. Tariffs are going up in the next quarter.
ECG is repping us of our hard-earned money. This ripping. Okay. Thank you, guys. You see, that's why it's a family meeting, so that if I don't understand. Good morning. The kids sleeping in cars continue to doze off in class, which will affect their skill development. The human resource will largely be affected just because of bad roads and lights out. If the human resource is not well developed, the result will be square pegs in round holes. Nazi is a teacher, and he's sharing this. Dabo has joined us on the line. I'll pick his thoughts now. What do you have to contribute to this conversation? What's on your mind this morning? Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. Where are you reaching us from, Dabo?
I'm calling from Miocho.
Where?
I'm calling from Miocho.
Miocho. Okay.
Okay. I'm called Dabo. I'm calling in relation to the road, the past state of the road.
Go ahead.
Actually, the demonstrators are actually doing a very good job this morning. And I think we all have to look at this situation very seriously, because it is an international road, right from TT Brothers all the way from Bong, Junction, Pampam Junction to Aflao. It's an international road. And, look at what they've done at the middle of the road. We have one tempo run at Pampam Junction, one also at the middle, and one at Bong Junction. All these are causing traffic. If the government can't fix the road, I think they should try removing all these from the middle of the road.
Yes, so that at least it reduces the traffic a little bit.
To reduce the traffic. And also, from Mutual to Pampam Junction, Prophet Manasseh Opoku-Sarkodie has been fixing this road for years. And I think he needs to be recommended.
And that's the minister at Porter City, I think? The pastor there?
No, he is a pastor there.
Okay.
And he has been doing marvelous work over there. So I think if we are all looking at the situation at Dawenya Bong Junction Road, I think it will help a lot. But for me, I work in Tema. From Dawenya to Tema, it takes more than 2 hours, 3 hours, sometimes to reach, which is very bad.
3 hours. Right. Thank you, Dabo, for sharing your thoughts on the roads with us. A demonstration is underway this morning at Tema Community 25, and people are sharing their experiences on our WhatsApp number as well. Good morning, please. I'm an online driver. In fact, the road from Bombaria to Dawenya is very bad. Due to that, a lot of online drivers find it hard to go to that area due to the terrible traffic. Meanwhile, the road is international. It's an international road, so it's always busy. Please, let government do something about it. Good job. And last one on the ECG. Good morning, please. ECG always deducts 10.79 Ghana cedis for tax, but you can't see it on your transaction details. Ask them why that is. So many thoughts you're sharing with us on the road matter and on the ECG and their services to you, bearing in mind the announcement that certain meters, a maintenance will be conducted on certain meters, for which reason you will not be able to purchase prepaid credit if you have the new meter. What's it called? The Nuri Cam Strip, I believe is what ECG calls
the
it.
Nuri Cam Strip
So
prepaid.
if you have that type of meter, and we've showed you what that picture is like, you have to buy power today.
Have they told us how many
Otherwise,
people have this kind of meter?
so if ECG had answered our calls, we would have asked that question. But the officials have not picked our calls this morning,
Because
so
their
we
phones
can't
are
ask
off.
our
We've called all
questions
of them.
and
Phones are off.
yours.
All their phones are off.
So we'll try still, even beyond this conversation, to get some answers and perhaps share whatever information we receive with you. Catherine Val, last comment. You're scooting out.
I'm disappointed in public organizations who are supposed to be responsive to complaints from the people that they claim to serve. You know, if you put out such a statement which will affect so many people, and then you don't even have the courtesy to keep your phones on because you are public service. You keep your phones on and make sure that people can speak to you and get clarification. This is a national platform. This is not, we're not just talking to Accra people. This is people from all around the country. So I'm highly disappointed. But really, I'm not surprised because when I see dead traffic lights and we call out the urban roads, we call out National Road Safety Authority, we call out Ghana Police, and nothing is done. And then you have intersections where you have children crossing roads, people are dying, nobody seems to care. I'm not surprised. It's shocking, but I'm not surprised. Just get up and do your work. Okay, that's all. Get up. If we fail, you blast us. You fail, we blast you.
Simply
yeah.
Blast for blast.
I just don't get it. You call people and they're not willing to pick up, and they keep giving you a merry-go-round.
Some people need to be briefed before they speak.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying. And I just want to know from ECG one day why you keep changing your meters. Why can't the country have one country, 1 meter wherever you go? You know, why do you keep changing your meters? You don't tell us why you change the meters.
1 country, 1 meter campaign. Thank you for a quick one, and then we wrap.
It's annoying.
I would say I'm big on the demonstration that's happening. If I'm able to get off here in time and it's still going,
you'll be there.
Yes.
What will be your placard?
Why should my daughter wake up at 3 a.m. to school? Simple.
Thank you very much. Well, she's not a presenter coming to work at 6 a.m. All right.
Catherine Val,
we ball.
Thank you for sitting with me today.
Love it.
A lovely shift from our regular Friday conversation around this time. But we hope you've had the opportunity to also have your voice heard as we've talked about these issues. And we'll take a quick break. When we return, there are more conversations to expect. And the Millennium Excellence Awards will be one of the conversations. We'll be going to the theaters as well. Once again, happy birthday to you, Cynthia Ama Fokoye Boa. We love you. From GTV Breakfast, the entire crew just loving only you. And a happy heavenly birthday to my grandma, Madam Rebecca Toshi Toto. We are lighting a candle for your 87th birthday today. Fly high. We'll be back with more. Bye.
Why are you jumping into our conversations? Well, you're welcome to the conversation. I'm here with my friends to talk about the Millennium Excellence Awards. And an advisory board member, a gentleman in the beautiful African print, Mr. Anis Hafar. He's an author, an educationist, and one Ghanaian I'm very proud of. Another Ghanaian I'm proud of is the president of the Millennium Excellence Foundation, Ambassador Ashim Morton. Gentlemen, good morning and congratulations in advance for the launch of the 25th edition of the Millennium Excellence Awards. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'll start with you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
How do you feel looking back from where you came till today with these awards?
Well, I'm excited that we've been able to focus and be able to sustain the activities of the foundation all these years. It hasn't been easy, but I feel good about it. I believe that one of the reasons why we've gotten this far is the key support of the life patron, Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, the Asante-Hene. He's been a father to me. He's always counseled me and given me the guidance that we need to ensure that the focus of what we've started is maintained. So I feel good, and yeah, that's where it is.
How have you been able to navigate all these years? I mean, you have awards in Ghana that slip off when one party goes off, and some who are launched when a party comes. And you have been around, overseen so many turnovers, and you're still here. I mean, what's the secret? What's the secret sauce?
So the secret is just very, very much like my father, my late father, who is a doctor. Everybody is his friend. No matter what sort of ailment that you have, he doesn't look at whether you're a political agent of the ruling party or the party in opposition. Once you're sick, he takes care of you. So for me, I have friends in all the parties. Everybody's my friend, and I ensure that there's a lot of respect given to people who are in power. So I've been able to navigate that political spectrum all these years, and that's how I've been able to sustain what we've been doing. Yes.
Mr. Hafar, you have one thing in common with this great photographer who celebrates his birthday only every 5 years. Because Millennium Excellence Awards, you do it every 5 years. How come?
But I think that gives ample time to recognize people who are making a difference. We take this very seriously because we're looking at the caliber of people who are truly representative of all that we want to emulate. I taught a course in leadership at Ashesi University, and I'm now teaching a course at Accra College of Medicine. And what we want young people to begin to understand is that you're not alone. There are a lot of people who have made a difference, and we want to tap into their strengths. We don't have to start from scratch. We have a backbone, so to speak. We have a spine that has been truly representative by people like Casely Hayford, the Pan-Africanist, Mensa Saba, our own Professor Nketia, and so on. Ghana is a rich store of great minds that have passed through the system. And the idea is to recognize them. We want to recognize them from the past and also recognize people who are in the present situation making a difference. One of the most beautiful things that we can pass on to young people is that we have true leaders that will be our role models. When I teach young people, one of the first things that I tell them is that find a role model. What is it about this person that's so unique that you want to emulate? But it behooves everybody to recognize someone that you see as a mentor. And I'm speaking from my own experience, where I hardly do things without recognizing people who have made influences on me, like my headmaster Francis Bartels, like Ephraim Amu, for example, like Professor Nketia. I grew to know these people. And then what they do is that they exert a certain positive attitude to you so that you don't give up. I'm talking about people who lived all the way through the 90s, even S.K. Asante, Professor Asante, who wrote the column for the graphic, and I was writing the KB Asante, excuse me, where when I was hesitant in the mornings to write, I tell myself KB will be in the paper on Monday, so you better get up and do something. Because if you can do it in his 80s and 90s, what excuse do you have?
Exactly.
So back to your question again, we want to recognize people who provide a spine for us, people that we can lean on. And we are doing this for posterity, for young people, because sometimes, you know, you look around and if you are not careful, you become a little disillusioned. I mean, look at the issue that you guys are discussing now. You know, there are people who are responsible for particular parts of the society that has to work for us, and they are not, you can't find them.
Can't find them.
So these are not our role models. They are not our leaders, you know, but all of them need to begin to see that Ghana is a shining star, and it continues to be so. Ghana's position in Africa is very unique. And, you know, you were talking about routes and so on. Look, I've never been to Cote d'Ivoire before, but I went there a couple of weeks ago. Let me tell you this. The drive from Abidjan to Yamoussoukro, unbelievable. We tend to compare ourselves to the West, but now we need to compare ourselves, exactly what you're saying about Rwanda. We need to compare ourselves to the people who are making a difference right here in Africa, and there's no excuse not to. So these are people who want to recognize consistently because they are the backbone of what success means in the future.
Thank you so much.
I want to buttress what Alice has just said. You know, you tend to see new companies that spring up when there's a new government in place, and when the government goes out of power, that company goes down. We want to ensure that the sustainability, the company has continued to excel and has done their quota as far as productivity, creating jobs and so on. So we look at those in the criteria to ensure that a company has at least been in business for 5 years. And that is one of the, you know, criterions that we use to nominate our nominees here.
Okay. And so Otumfuo Osei-Tutu the second, Asanteni, is the patron, a strong pillar of these awards over so many years. Some people are wondering, does he nominate award recipients as well?
Well, he doesn't nominate.
Okay.
What happens is that, excuse me, once the Board of Governors have shortlisted the potential laureates of the award, we then go to Kumasi to present the award nominees to him. There are instances where he says, this character is not fit to be recognized, because he knows a lot that some of us do not know. So he has the final say on who should be given the award or not, but he doesn't necessarily nominate. There are some recommendations that come from the palace, but to answer your question, he personally does not nominate the laureates. He just approves the shortlisted laureates that the Board of Governors bring to him.
Mr. Harford hinted at it, but what are the criteria for nominating and selecting laureates?
So the basic criteria that we have, which I'll read a part of them to you, is one, you have to be a Ghanaian, either naturalized or so. You must be law-abiding. You must have no criminal history. You have to have paid all your regulatory taxes and so on and so forth. And you must be seen as contributing to the economy. You've made an impact, creating jobs and so on. You must be over 18 years of age. And you must have made some publications. We don't want people who have had negative political exposure. And must be an advocate for humanity and justice. This just constitutes 30% of the scoring of the award scheme. There's another 70% that we don't share with the public that determines who is actually nominated.
Okay. And when are the nominations open? When is the launch of the awards?
So we are launching the awards tomorrow, which is Saturday, the 13th of July. And the nominations will be open from tomorrow.
Okay.
So people can actually go online, use a short code, and start nominating all the way to December.
Okay.
And then from January that is where the real work begins. We have a real, sifting of nominees. We get hundreds and thousands of people who are nominated. So there's an actual process that goes through.
And when will the big event to unveil them happen?
It's going to happen on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of May of 2025. So it's 2 days. The first day, which is the 9th of May, will be for the Ghanaian segment. And then the next day will be the global, a Pan-African, where we are recognizing Africans who have contributed in the continent's development. So day 1, which is May 9th, is the Ghanaian segment where we are recognizing Ghanaians who have done well, and indeed corporates who have also done well. So there's good stories that have to be sold out there, in spite of the difficulties that we're seeing in Ghana today.
There must always be hope.
There's hope.
Yes. Mr. Harper, anything you want to add to what Ambassador Mortimer said?
I said earlier that Ghana is such a rich source of brainy people who have passed through the system, and somewhere along the line we need to recognize them. History means a lot to me. In fact, the older I get, the more I begin to realize that we've had solid people who have led the way. Especially, even the school that I went to in France, we both went to France. The land was donated. By the Mensah Sabo family. That's how much education meant for them. So who are we to not recognize people who are making a difference to us? I'm looking at the thousands and thousands and thousands of people, including Kofi Annan, who are part of that institution, because now we need to go back to see what is it that makes us human. We need to express our humanity in some way. Otherwise, we get lost in the maze of people struggling for money, corruption here, corruption there, people not taking their work too seriously and so on. But that isn't the epitome of what we're looking for.
No.
We are looking for people who have a heart, what we call heart power. What is it that you can do that will make another person's life easier? What is the service that you can provide that could make another person's life easier? What are the solutions to societal problems? And who are the people who are leading these kinds of endeavors? We need to recognize them. And like I said earlier, at my age, I turned 77 in April. I'm looking at what is this that we can bequeath to the young people. You call me Du Bois sometimes.
Yes, you do look like him.
He's my mentor. So when we talk about Pan-Africanism, we are not going to just restrict it to just a few Ghanaians and so on. The bigger picture has to be there. Especially, in fact, we were discussing this earlier. If you look at some of the best doctors in the U.S. right now, they are mostly Ghanaians or Nigerians. And I was talking about this Nigerian surgeon, I think pediatric surgeon, who detected some deformity in a fetus in a mother's womb. He was able to take the fetus out, fix it, and put it back in the mother's womb.
Whoa.
Now that is an African, So if we don't recognize those people, my brother,
who do we recognize?
We're going to point our fingers all day long at the electricity department, the roads, and people are making. We need to recognize that there are people who are capable.
Doing great things.
But the issue was that we have to recognize them.
Indeed.
And showcase their abilities. And then, that's what gives us hope. Without hope and inspiration, my goodness, where is any country going to go?
It's true.
So frankly, I was very happy when I was invited to serve as a governor. So I want to thank him for it. He's my junior by far. When I realized that he was coming to Cape Coast, I left. Cape Coast wasn't big enough for the two of us.
Can you imagine?
And now you're all your great.
I told him it began to look so much alike.
Yes, indeed. Two handsome men.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And so to just wrap this up. What's the role of Nana Agyeman Prempeh in this particular?
That's the name that I have assumed now.
Okay.
So formerly Ashim Morton, but now it's Nana Agyeman Prempeh.
All right.
My great grandfather was the Otumfo who was expelled to Seychelles. So I have assumed
that was your grandfather.
My great grandfather. Yes.
Wow.
So I have now been given that name, Nana Agyeman Prempeh. So this is what I'm known as. So if you want
Congratulations, Nana.
Nana.
Yes, indeed. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Any parting words, Nana?
Well, we are calling on the corporate world to support this initiative. We sustained all the activities that we do is the shared donation and support from the corporate world. Next year we're going to have some very interesting personalities coming to Ghana. So I think that this is a program that you want to be part of. So we're looking for support from the corporate world, and that's where we are. Yeah.
Okay. So tomorrow, all roads lead to
the Labadi Beach Hotel.
Awesome.
Strictly by invitation.
Yes, indeed.
And we are launching on that day, and then the nominations are open tomorrow.
Okay. Wish you nothing but the best. Anybody want to acknowledge before we go?
Well, I was at the Kumasi airport a week ago, and it was impressive. Nana Prempeh, the first, how do you call it, airport?
Yeah.
And it's very impressive. It's like, I saw Kumasi airport. I don't know if it's an airport or an aerodrome. I was born there.
Yeah.
And then when we heard of the first flight to Kumasi, Charlie, we all ran. We were children from Ashantinu town, from Imrum, from Dicham to see the plane for the first time.
Yep.
And now you see this edifice that truly represents an international airport. I think we're doing well. So what I'm saying is this: again, we have to live on hope. We have to live on inspiration, because there are people who are making a difference. So when we bring in the awards, that's the essence of it.
Thank you.
That who are the people that we can lean on, who can lead us on to better heights. Osagyefo said the trend for us, and we have to follow suit. We are lucky to have these people.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank Otumfuo for being a pillar for the foundation. Without him, we wouldn't have gone this far. He's been able to guide us through all the murky waters, political changes and so on. And so we at the foundation, we dove our hearts to him, and we continue to, listen to him. And I think that we will see a fantastic program next year.
Awesome. He told me about his heroes. Who are your heroes?
My hero, first hero is my father.
Just like me.
All right.
100%.
I don't know about you, but
me too.
My father.
My father.
Yes,
Big time.
and of course my mother, who is still alive. She's had 13 children. Wow, I'm the seventh born, and we're all alive. And she's still there. She's also my hero.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Yes.
Nana Agyeman Prempeh, president of the Millennium Excellence Foundation, and advisory board member Anis Hafa. Look for his column every Monday. You took over from your mentor.
Kivia Asante.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we used to. I mean, we appeared every Monday.
One time.
And then when he passed on, I found myself alone. I will hope I miss him. I miss him. And what I liked about him is that he was courageous. He wasn't afraid. And then he made sure that he used his brain till the end.
Yeah, keep using it.
The kind of people who tell you, look, like Battles, he said, look, how far I will live to be over 100. And they lived to be 101 week. Yeah, because he used his brain. I mean, he was always thinking thoughts.
Let's use our brains.
Let's use our brains.
Thank you very much.
You either use it or
you lose it.
You lose it.
Yeah. I spoke to some young interns. Said your brain is not a decoration. Use it.
Use it. It's not a furniture.
I'm glad you said that. Thank you so much. I wish you the best for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You are watching GTV Breakfast. This segment had to come at the time it came because I was getting depressed with ECG and PURC and roads and things. So this was really inspirational, and I'm looking forward to the laureates for the Millennium Excellence Awards. My name is Kafui Dane. Stick around. The conversations on copyright and your messages on 055-556-1034. Don't go anywhere. This is GTV Breakfast.
back to the show, and like I said earlier when we opened the show, we're going to have a conversation about copyright and publishing, and we're going to have this conversation with Mr. Joseph Gyamfi. He's the Executive Director of Copy Ghana. So this is a call, and we're going to have some sort of mini TED Talk with all fine artists and everybody who is in the creative industry, because this is where we get to know how we're going to make our monies and protect our intellectual works. Greetings, Joseph.
Greetings,
how are you?
Valerie. I'm doing very well. I mean, nice meeting you.
Same
I've been watching
here.
You from the screens, and it's great seeing you.
How are we doing? How's the show doing?
You doing fantastic.
Rate us,
I don't
1
know
to 10.
now. I mean, can I go beyond 10? GTV is doing so well now, so keep it up.
We are taking our accolades. You're taking our accolades. Okay, so first, let's begin. So there are 3 things we need clarification on. Educate us. So copyright, publishing, and copywriting.
All right. So
what is this?
Copyright. One scholar of copyright said, copyright is like a fence. That is not meant to keep people out of your home, but to mark out your territory,
Right.
to ensure that you determine or you control who enters into your space and how they enter.
Okay.
So basically, copyright, it's an intellectual property right that creators of fine arts, performing arts, have to make a living out of their works. So without copyright, there is no remuneration, sort of, for a creative person. So that is that. Then when you talk about publishing is just the art of making a creative work public. So if you are into text, you could be a poet, you could be a book author, or whatever. The art of making such works public is publishing, and it's an enterprise that involves a lot. It involves the idea generation, production, and then the marketing to make sure it gets to the end users. So that process is called publishing. Yes, and then when you talk about copywriting, I think lately I've seen that people always confuse copyright with copywriting.
Copywriting, yes.
Copywriting sort of deals with creating marketing ads for a product.
Copywriting.
So that term is copywriting. It's different from copyright. So when somebody tells you he or she is into copywriting, it's about creating ads for products, making those kind of things. But copyright itself is a domain of the IP, intellectual property law, that concentrates on, creative works such as books, music, and all of those that fall within the copyright sector. So that is that.
Can a musician publish their work?
Yes, even in music, we have music publishers.
So what I was speaking to...
Yes, it's always where the term is used that matters. So it's not like a blanket term that applies same way everywhere. So, but the process still remains. So we can have publishers of music who also make music public.
So which people would require the services of a publisher? Which people in the creative industry, which sector would require the services of a publisher?
So I think every sector.
So let's begin with an author, for instance. There are lots of young authors out there. How should they go about being a professional author when it comes to putting their works out there? So walk us through it. So assuming I have a book, I'm an author, I'm new, I'm a newbie. What do I do? What processes do I go through?
So in the Western world where the industry is very, well organized, you don't see an author trying to, pose as a publisher or maybe a jack of all trades. Being an author, being the publisher, being the marketer and everything. But most often that is how our situation here is. And it's not really helping us to come out with very professional works. So I mean, it starts with the idea generation. So you as an author, you develop the idea. Then you search for publishers. Sometimes publishers also scout for authors.
Where do we find publishers? Where does an author find a publisher?
Well, if you are in the industry, you should know We have quite a number of publishers in Ghana, but unfortunately, most are focused on the textbook market, which is where the side of the bread that is parted. You know, in Ghana, we've not been able to develop the reading interest of the young ones and everybody in general. So when you write books that we read for pleasure, it's very difficult to get it out there, you know, I mean, in terms of sales. So where all the publishers are drifting towards is the textbook market. With that, you can get a school to, you know, what do you request for orders? You can even get government contracts, which is quite huge and all of that. So I think in the nutshell, it's very difficult for maybe a novel author to get a publisher.
Why? Why? You are the helm of affairs. Tell us why. Shouldn't there be publishers for every person in the creative industry?
That is the ideal situation. That is how it's supposed to be. We should be able to develop the industry in such a way that we have all these aspects of publishing being taken up by somebody. But unfortunately, that is not so now.
Why? Why?
It's the market, as I have said.
We are looking for money. So
exactly. If the intention is to make profit, then it doesn't really make business sense to. But that is very bad. I mean, and we're trying to find a solution to that.
I hope you find lasting solutions.
That is what we are trying to do.
Right. Mr. Gyamfi, walk us through the process. So, assuming I have wind of a publisher, what do I do?
Yeah, so you submit your manuscript, which is the idea, the concept you have.
The fresh
exactly,
cut.
Exactly. And if you believe it is very good, there are two ways or two approaches to adopt. It's either you would sponsor the process. If the publisher is not so much, you know, having that kind of feeling of the work as much as you have. It's not so excited. Then you can decide, it's my work. I believe in it. It will do well on the market, so I can fund it. But with your professional support, walk me through the process. That is one side of it. And then also you can, if it so happens that the publisher sees, you know, some value in it, then they would want to invest in it. So these are the two ways that you can get your work published as an author.
So, assuming I have a publisher who is excited in my work, what would be the guidelines between say me and this publisher, or what's the guidelines, the regulations surrounding the work I'm about to put out there?
So you first of all, I mean, draft a contract that, I mean, you read through, you seek the advice of a lawyer to ensure that it's in your interest. Because when we are drafting contract, nobody seeks the interest of the other party. It's your own business to make sure that it's done. So you as the author should always make sure that you consult a lawyer or a legal person to advise you. And in that contract, there may be, you know, payment of royalties or outright sale of copyright and all of that. Outright sale of copyright is when the publisher would give you a lump sum that I'm taking over the whole work. So that you would only have moral rights. Wherever we mention the work, we'll mention your name in association to it as the author. But all other economic rights that could be derived from it will come to me because I've sorted you right from the beginning. And then we also have the royalty, payment of royalty, you know, for the author. That is when the book hits the market and sales are made. We look at the revenue, we take all costs, and then the profit that is left, then we give you maybe a percentage. Usually ranges between 10% or even up to, you know, depending on your stature and status as an author, you could get as much as maybe 25 or 30%. Yeah, because the publisher would also invest, so he has to take off all the cost out and all of that.
So some sort of education. So assuming the books are on the shelf, and I have the first deal where the publisher is excited and so pays me outright a lump sum. So does this mean that if say the books sell 10 million copies, that's it? I don't have.
That's it. So that's why I said you need a legal advice. You know, you don't just take things on the face value. You need a legal person to walk you through. You know, what are the risks? Some of these works may not have potential. You may not also know the potential of these works if you are not really an industry person. So you might be forced to just leave something that could have, you know, been very valuable to you in the near future. So it's up to you to seek legal advice and ensure that your interest is not,
Okay. So walk us through the process, for instance, a poet who puts his work out there. How would this poet ensure that the work is theirs and they make money from it?
Right. So our industry is one of the industries that is very volatile. When I say that, it's the transformations on how works are made and are used, change rapidly.
Okay.
I would go a bit far off and talk about music, though that is not my area. You see, in the past, we used to do cassettes and sell. We moved to CDs, we moved to DVDs, we moved to pen drives. Now it's just virtual. You have to put your works on the platforms of these DPS, digital, platforms, and then make money online. The same thing is happening to books and then to artworks. Now we even have AI, that is generative AI, that is even, picking, works and then putting it together as what is generated by the AI. Meanwhile, there are huge copyright violations in there. So it's often very difficult for poets, especially in our country, where you don't get a lot of performances to do. You don't get to publish your works online to get a lot of readership and all of that to make money out of them. But I think the way the industry is moving, there is a brighter future. Yet we also need to do a lot to make sure that we seize this opportunity. Now the world is becoming global. You put a work out here in Ghana online and everybody all over the world can have access to it. So how do we make sure that our artists make money? That is what Copy Ghana is into. So we register all these artists.
Okay.
And then we call something collective rights licensing.
Okay.
So it will get to a point. Now there are global debates on how these AI tech companies should pay royalties to copyright owners. It's quite debatable. They are of the view that the softwares don't actually copy. It just picks, it just learns around the text and then comes out with something genuine. So they are not in any way infringing on copyright. But the fact is, if you are drawing inspiration from a work, and then in the end you're producing something that will compete with the work, you need to compensate the owner of that work.
Definitely.
So, we are also, the copyright, industry globally is also putting up a very strong fight to make sure that right holders' interests are not, trampled upon. So it will get to a time that once we have registered all of you, we can license all your works to these AI techs, the tech companies. So that once they are licensed, their softwares can, learn around them and create things whilst they pay, so that we will not stop creativity because there is no remuneration. So.
Okay, let's talk about painters and sculptors, for instance. Tell us about them and how they go about publishing. And for people who want to wade into those waters, what they would need to know.
Yeah, it's same. I was recently, I had a conversation with a tech company in Australia that is also trying to help us to be able to, monitor the reuse of such works and then ensure that such artists are well compensated. We live in a country where a sculptor, after selling one sculpture, thinks that's all. That is not all. Or a painter will sell a painting to a real estate company. And they think that once they take that money, that's all. That's not all. You've not sold the copyright. You sold only the work for the personal use of that company. So if the company, for instance, has a website or a social media platform, and they are showing the rooms they are selling, and they capture the image on a wall on their website, they have to pay for that as well.
Whoa. So if I'm getting this right, for instance, if I make this painting and I sell it to you, even though I've sold it to you, if I see it in a showroom, I can still make it.
For instance, you've heard of Gumroad.
Yes.
So Gumroad will come to GBC and then demand payment because they think you have used the work for your, in connection to your operations.
For our content,
For your content, exactly. So if a real estate company buys a painting and then they are advertising their rooms and the painting is there. The idea is that that painting is also contributing to the promotion of that operation.
Yeah.
So it's a reuse.
Okay.
It's not like I have bought it personally and I'm using it in my room. You get the point?
Yeah. I get it. But how many of our painters or sculptors out there know this?
That is actually where we would admit that there is much work to be done. And we are not just admitting that and then just sitting down and then, you know, throwing our hands in despair. We want to embark on a nationwide sensitization event to ensure that we sensitize our right holders about, you know, the opportunities in what they do.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know if you give me the opportunity, maybe I can highlight a bit on the program and all of that.
Yes, we'll come back for you to highlight, but we are going to be speaking, we are going on the phone line, we are going to be speaking with Oswald Okaite. Oswald Okaite is an author and a spoken word artist. He's actually represented Ghana on a number of platforms and won awards. He's on the phone line right now. We're going to be asking him his take on this and what he has been doing to protect his work. Good morning, Oswald.
Good morning.
Oswald, thank you for joining us on the BFS.
Welcome and thank you for having me.
Right. We've been seeing your work. Thank you for the work you're doing for Mother Ghana. Oswald, quickly, you have won a number of awards when it comes to your literary works. How have you gone about publishing? How have you maneuvered publishing, copywriting, and how are you making money, taking your royalties? I beg your pardon.
Okay, so thank you very much for this and good morning to viewers. Matter of fact, the only business by which I have made money from my work, that is the fine art. You know, we have the performing art and then the fine art.
Yeah.
Thank you of me a spoken word artist for within the performing art category. As a poet, having published, it's usually I go through sales of my books, and then in terms of copyright,
right.
There is an annual fund we get from Copy Ghana, and that is the best story to most of us. And in terms of royalty, if you want to talk about benefits from copyright and all of that, that is all we know. We get that annual from Copy Ghana. But if you have the executive director, who is able to get more light on that one. Besides that, like me and so many other people, we are so much not aware of whichever way we can make money from the West. The very reason you may even be seeing a lot of these politicians putting up laws to help us get money from our people and stuff. But that is the situation in Ghana. Most cases, especially, that there has been called from gamble in terms of the visual. That is a lot of people are much aware of. And in terms of the fine artists, writers, painters, all we know is that we sell our book and then we get our money, we sell our work, we get our money. But to us as workers, we know that the blessing that the Copy Ghana Fund will give to us.
Right, Oswald, thank you for speaking with us. We'll be speaking to Oswald Okaite. He's an author and a spoken word artist and represented Ghana on a number of platforms and won numerous awards. I beg your pardon. Back in studio, Joseph, so that was Oswald. I believe you know Oswald.
Yeah, I think I would want to maybe throw a bit light. People didn't hear, but I picked a few things. So
sure. Yeah.
What Oswald was trying to say is that as a poet, he receives royalties from Copy Ghana every year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what actually goes into that is Copy Ghana has been able, for the text space, we're talking about text and image.
Yeah.
So for the text space, we've been able to do much work there. And we've been able to license about 65 tertiary institutions, educational institutions in Ghana, who pay royalties, fees, for the photocopying and digital uses of copyright protected works. So every year they pay us some fees. And then out of that fees, we pay all these text-based creators who are on our list. So Oswald is one of those that benefits from that.
Yeah. Okay, great. So Copy Ghana is embarking on a campaign, a sensitization campaign, mass education. Can you share the highlights with us?
Sure. So as you rightly said in our conversation, it appears that the education of even the creators about copyright itself, it's very low. So how can you claim what you are not aware of? That's what we have realized. So we are embarking on a nationwide sensitization program. We'll start from 9th in Accra at the conference center.
9th of August?
9th of August, sorry. Okay. And then we'll move to Temali on the 13th of August.
Okay.
And then we are also going to Kumasi on the 15th. Right. And then we'll be in Cape Coast on 22nd, all in August. So we divided the nation into 4 zones.
Okay.
And we hope that we'll be able to, meet up with a lot of these creators to ensure that we sensitize them. Some of the key people, the speakers, we have Dr. Poku Eduse, who is a very renowned IP lawyer. He was recently nominated to be an appeals court judge. So he's coming to talk about collective licenses and the laws of Ghana. Then we also have consultants from the World Intellectual Property Organization and then the International Federation for Reproduction Rights Organization.
Right.
These are international partners who are supporting us all the time.
That's great.
And then we also would listen to Dr. Magnus Duncan, he's a statistician. He helped us to carry out a survey on the extent of digital uses of copyright protected works.
What was the outcome?
Yes, I mean, there are interesting findings. That people think that everything online is free. So I can just go online and then pick somebody. Maybe I see Valerie's picture is nice. I pick it and I go to do a book with it without your consent because it's free online. But things don't work that way. And we have a lot of lecturers and students not understanding what copyright is about and how to avoid violations and all of that. So I think the findings are very interesting, and we'll share all of that during the campaign.
Now that you mentioned violations, what are some of the common violations that fine artists go through or commit and they don't know?
Yeah, when you look at fine artists, especially the painters and the sculptors and all those bead makers, fashion, designers and all, they all form part of the group. That's what I said. They don't understand that when they sell one item, they've not sold copyright. So whatever happens after that point of sale, I mean, they seem not to be so worried about it. But elsewhere, people just live on one artwork for the rest of their life. They can get royalties day in, day out, year in, year out on one work. So if they have about thousands of work, all of them are fetching them royalties. So I think that the misconception is that when it's on both sides, both the creator and the user. They think that when I buy it or when I sell it, that's the end. But that is not the end. So we have to make sure that we monitor the reuse of the work. It's difficult, but now AI is consuming a lot of copyright protected works. The same AI is being used to track the use of the unfair use of such works. So it's like the vaccine in the vaccine is in the venom situation. So I mean, a lot of things are happening that we can take advantage of and better the lots of our creators.
I mean, while we are on the this sensitization, I'm interested in the things that our people do not know, our creators do not know. I'm sure the sensitization would not reach every creative in Ghana. And so for those of them who have the benefit of us, what are some of the things or the things we do to commit, to go foul against the law when it comes to publishing copyright?
Yes, it's a matter of just not seeking a second opinion or an advice on a work before you use it. And then it's a matter of not having any value, putting up that kind of indifference attitude towards, intellectual property and copyright. It's like as a nation, as Ghana, we have not really sort of made it a very, very serious issue. Let me use that word if I'm permitted. We've not really seen the essence of IP. But I would want to say on this national television that any country that does not value IP cannot promote innovation and creativity, which is very necessary for development. So until we realize that IP, which includes patent rights, copyright, trademarks, and all of them, is very, very essential to the progress of our nation. We would never achieve anything. It's even worrisome when a university that seeks to train technocrats doesn't still understand why, when its students are using somebody's intellectual property, they have to compensate the owners and will drag with us, so maybe at the court and all of that.
Has it happened?
We have
before?
a lot of cases. We have cases in court. Sometimes you take them to court, then they back out and they seek out of court settlement.
You take the universities to court for using some.
I may not want to mention them.
Of course.
But we have pending court cases. We have a lot of out of court settlements. So I think one, maybe it's the education, and then two, it's also the lack of will to sort of embrace things that will push us forward as a nation. That's my thinking. Ghanaians we take things lightly. It's on paper. It's a law. So what can you do? That kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. We like this conversation. So, Copy Ghana is coming to a community, a location near you. So Copy Ghana is on a sensitization campaign to educate fine artists, people in the creative sector on what they need to know all about publishing and copywriting. So it begins from the 9th of August here in Accra, right?
Yes.
At the
Accra International Conference.
At the conference center. What time, please?
It's 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Okay.
And it's a hybrid event. So you can choose to be there in person or join online.
Okay, I'm sure you'll be sharing the links.
Yes.
How on social media? How can people connect with you? How can people ask questions?
We are on LinkedIn.
Okay.
We are on Facebook. We are on Twitter. We are on YouTube, all with the name Copy Ghana.
Copy Ghana.
So you can go to all our platforms to register. Registration is ongoing, and you can tell us how you'd want to participate, whether online or in person.
Okay.
And then when you go to our website to www.copyghana.org.gh,
Okay.
so you check our event, and then you can also register there as well. So yeah.
All right. And then on the 13th of August is in Kumasi.
13th is in Tamale.
It's in Tamale, I beg your pardon. Okay. Where 15th, in Tamale?
At the Center for National Culture in Tamale.
Okay. Yeah. And then the 15th
in Kumasi, also at the Center for National Culture in Kumasi.
Okay. So this is a call to fine artists and anybody looking to delve into the creative industry. If you don't know your footing, you want to find your footing with legal issues, publishing, copywriting, the place you need to be, where you need to go is Copy Ghana. Across social media, they are everywhere as Copy Ghana. Ask all the questions you need to know before you put your intellectual work out there. Quickly before we wrap up, at the helm of affairs, how are we doing when it comes to showcasing, telling the Ghanaian story through our arts? Are we doing good? Are we doing right? Is there more to do? You look in these things, the copies of books that people write.
Sometimes I feel very happy when you hear, these, poets. I had a meeting with one guy, the Australian guy.
Yeah.
He told me that he knows that Ghanaians have a lot of great artists. And for that reason, he would want to partner us to make sure that we give them, this kind of recognition. So we know of a Ghanaian that just won $1 million, sold this painting for $1 million.
Yeah, $1 million.
$1 million. We have this young toddler who is now in the Guinness Book of Records.
Yes.
So when it comes to artists, arts in general, Ghanaians are artists.
We are doing good.
Yeah, so I think we have to just make sure we give them a better living out of it.
Thank you very much for coming. We'll be speaking with Mr. Joseph Gyamfi. He's Executive Director of Copy Ghana, telling us all we need to know about copyright and publishing. There's a sensitization campaign that's starting from the 9th of August next month. So go on the pages, the social media pages, and that's where you can find all the information. We are signing out of this segment. We are going to the theaters pretty shortly.
general overseer here.
Of course.
Abrewa, this thing, what is his name?
I have so many names for all my customers, depending on their size and performance. Some people I call them short put, some people I call them campaign.
Campaign?
Yeah, they promise and they pay. And then some people I call them food for thought.
Food for thought?
Yes, when they come, they're not thinking.
And
I call some people African president. When they come, they know how to go. But this deal, I call him fast for fast track cuts. Because he comes quickly.
Quickly?
Yes.
Hey.
Did you see that?
What happened?
That's how he comes.
Hey.
Sister Angel. What are you doing here?
Abrewa Nana, please, is this your general overseer?
Stop! Hey, Kebab, you told her you were the general overseer.
I checked the security reasons on the compound.
Live from GBC Studio.
Part of the show. We're about to begin our weekend and we are spending with some people who actually make your weekend very, very jammable. So I'm spending time with some people, So I have people from Roverman in here. Ken Sakite is in here. He's head of media and also cast on display. And Martha Tete, she's also a member of Roverman. The play we're about to go and see is entitled Take Over. Roverman Productions. Greetings.
Greetings.
Ken and Martha, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us. You're having more fun than
If you only knew why I was laughing.
It's okay.
I'm not going to say it. Charlie, okay. Ken, we are taking over.
Yes.
What's up your sleeve this time?
So this time around, we're taking people to church politics. It's interesting to see politics outside and actually quite acceptable. I don't know why we accept it, like when people do such stuff outside, but when it comes to the church setting, like church politics, then everybody is uptight about it.
It's a hypocritical attitude as Ghanaians.
I'm telling you,
That's
you know, the same person who will listen to certain songs and watch certain videos outside the church, you can't, no, don't do that. No, don't do that. You can't say certain things that you can't. But the same person, they know, you know. So we're doing Takeover. Takeover tells the story of Apostle Kome, who actually is the general overseer of a mega church.
Okay.
And he has a very bright daughter who's in medical school. Her name is Mary Kome. But Mary has mental health issues. And unfortunately, he's lost his wife. So Apostle Kome falls sick and he has to go on a medical tour, you know, to go get medical attention. And so for 3-4 months, he's away. And in that time frame, his daughter suffers an attack. And she goes on social media, posting things that she's not supposed to be posting, tarnishing the image of her father, the church, everybody. And also, to compound his issues, 2 of his bishops that he has put in charge to make sure that everything is running smoothly before he comes, plan to collect the church from him. Using his daughter's issue.
Take over.
Because they are telling him that if you are not fit to take care of your house, you are not fit to take care of the church. And they use that against him. How is he going to handle that? How is he going to maneuver his way through it? How will Mary take that? You know, and there's many other reasons why you should come and see Takeover at the National Theatre.
I'll come to you. Tell us when, how, and how much.
I hear you.
Martha, what say you? Who are the people we are going to be seeing on stage?
We're going to see Gabinova. We're going to see Amu Mauto.
Okay.
We're going to see his Kebab on the play. He's did a very great job.
Imagine you have a security guy called Kebab.
Kebab. You're going to see Tina, the amazing songstress. You're going to see lots of people.
Nice.
On stage. Yes,
I'm curious, who plays Apostle Kome?
Providence. You should see him.
Who do you play? This time you're on stage. Well, Ken's on stage this time.
You'd be surprised.
I play Bishop Freeman, And his behavior is totally opposite my behavior, actually. Bishop Freeman is one of the people who plots the coup.
Yeah.
You know, and I remember during the rehearsal process, I literally went to Uncle Ebo and told him that this role is heavy for me because, you know, in living the role, it feels like going to someone like Dr. Mason Tabel or like a Duncan Williams and telling him, step aside. You understand? That's the weight of it. And he was like, it's happening, it's real, so you better man up and live it. You understand? So yeah, I play Bishop Freeman in one of the most mischievous roles, diabolical roles ever.
Somehow I can see you playing it perfectly.
Valerie, I don't know if you
we're going to take a break and watch the trailer of Takeover.
Hey, you prayed.
I even made a pledge.
Wow. Kibaba was a pledge.
I said, oh God.
Hey.
Oh God.
Yes, Lord.
If you bring Papa back,
amen,
I'll say goodbye to my 2 side chicks.
Kibab.
God, yes.
Kibab.
Yeah.
Judge you have 2 side chicks.
It's even because of the economy. Some people have like a football team 11, and you are crying for my 2 side chicks. It's according to scriptures.
Which scriptures?
Angel, when Noah was building the ark, the animals, they came in how many?
In their pairs?
No, not pairs. Two. They came in 2. So means I'm doing 2. I don't want trouble with God.
Okay. Wafa Kibab, take it that for you, the flood is over. So you need to let the animals go in their pairs. Two, Nina.
Let them go.
Yes.
How will I report I've sold?
Kibab, what have you sown that you want to reap?
Angel, I took one to university. 4 years. Me, paid all her fees.
Hey, Kibab, you sponsored the girls to the university.
Oh, yes.
Do you even have BC?
BC. Her ass spoke to me.
Hi.
No, just like in the Bible.
Why?
Balaam was sitting on an ass. The ass was stiff. It won't move. And then he said, Balaam spanked the ass. Ooh, spank it. Ooh. And the ass spoke. That is how an ass spoke.
Oh. Kibab, it was a donkey.
No, you're reading the wrong Bible. Ass.
So what about the second one?
Oh, this fella is a medical case.
Hey.
See, I took her to Nigeria to go and do BBL.
Hey.
Now she wants to take her to Turkey.
Hey.
Yeah.
Kibab, between you and this girl, I don't know who is beyond control.
Oh, mommy.
Kibab.
People, we are going to be going to see Kibab pretty shortly. Ken, when is the play showing? Where do we get tickets? How much?
So the play is running this evening, 7 p.m. Tomorrow, Saturday, 4 and 8 p.m. And on Sunday, 1 p.m., 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. at the National Theatre. Okay. Time for tonight, like I mentioned, is 7 p.m. After the show tonight, there's going to be an after party. Hey. So yeah, it's not just watching the play, coming to jam after that. Then tomorrow, 4 p.m., 8 p.m. Sunday, 1 p.m., 4 p.m., 8 p.m.
Okay.
Just go use the short code *365 *535 hash. That is *365 *535 hash, and then you're going to get tickets. Follow the prompts, or you can download the all-new Rover app.
You know.
We are creating a virtual community, so
Okay.
download the Rover app. Navigate. It's very easy to navigate. Navigate it.
Okay.
Go to buy tickets. Select the tickets you want. You get a
How much are the tickets?
200 Ghana.
200 Ghana cedis.
But if you're buying for the Sunday 1 p.m. show, you buy it for half the price.
100 Ghana.
100 Ghana.
Sharp. Okay, people, we'll be seeing you this weekend. I am especially excited to see you on stage. Bad Pastor. So we've had Martha Tete and Ken Sakite from Roverman. The play showing this weekend is Takeover. It begins this evening. First play is at 7 p.m. this evening. Tomorrow there's 4 p.m., 8 p.m. On Sunday there's 1 p.m., 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Tickets are going for 200 Ghana cedis. But if you buy the Sunday ticket, you get it for 100 Ghana cedis. People, this is our show. We are signing out of this lifestyle segment and handing it over to King Kaf. He's doing some serious political matters.
Very much, Valerie. This is just hot off the press, dated today, 12th of July, 2024. It's a statement from Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Vice Presidential Candidate of the New Patriotic Party. The title is, I did not mean to denigrate former President Dr. Kwame Nkrumah or any other president. And I read, my statement last Tuesday, 9th July in Kumasi on the performance of President Akufo-Addo has elicited varied reactions. The statement reflects my personal opinion about President Akufo-Addo's impact relative to other presidents we have had. I wish to emphasize that I never meant to disrespect our former president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, or any of our former heads of state, including my own granduncle and mentor, Mr. John Ajekum Kufuor. I note the concerns raised after my statement. I apologize sincerely and regret any discomfort caused. Thank you. Signed, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, running mate to the NPP presidential candidate, dated July 12, 2024. And so that's fresh off his X handle. Go check it out. Go see the comments. Hopefully that draws a line under all those comments. It's 3 minutes to 10 o'clock. You are watching GTV, and GTV Breakfast will continue, I believe, after this break.